number of people here already, a number of the invited speakers are already in here. I can see the NEF chairman is already here himself, and quite a number of very wonderful people are in here. So I want to say we appreciate you so very much. You are very much welcome. Good day to you, depending on what part of the world that you may be catching up with us from. This is the Nigeria Energy Forum, the 7th in the series of very engaging, very tantalizing, very insightful engagements with major stakeholders, individuals, bodies, stakeholders in the energy sector in the nation Nigeria, and even, of course, outside of this sphere. Just like I said, this is the 7th in the series. We've been having this for 7 years running. And of course, this year, this is the second. We call this day 2. The day 1 was, of course, on the 21st of July, which was an hybrid event. It was at the physical event held at Admiralty Venue, Admiralty Center in Victoria Island in Lagos, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. And of course, this day 2 event today, 24th of November, 2022, is completely virtual. And so we have individuals joining us from different spheres, different parts of the world. And so on that note, we want to say a very good word of welcome to you once again. Very shortly, I'm going to be kicking off. Permit me to officially welcome the chairman of Nigeria Energy Forum, Dr. Daniel Adewi, is already here in the house. We have the presence of even the Honorable Minister of State for Power as well here, Mr. Godi Jediagba. Just like I said, is a very good friend of the house. He's always here with us, and we so much appreciate him. He's going to be joining us physically. Of course, his presence is already here. Always very, very timely. He was there long before even the event kicked off. And so we appreciate you, Honorable Minister. Of course, we are expecting you to be seated any moment from now. Quite a number of guests are also here. I can see Inga. Inga is already here with us. She's the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Inga, you are very much appreciated. You are welcome. Diran is also here with us. Diran Adesua, USAID Power Africa, NAPSP. We appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I think I saw Gina here as well, Gina Lagunes. You are very, very much welcome. She's the head of German Nigeria Hydrogen. We appreciate you so, so very much. I saw Jumake in here the other time, Olajumake Delano. Thank you so very much. She's the head of regulatory and government relations, Abuja Electricity Distribution Company. We appreciate you. Prof is here with us, Professor Bamidele Adebisi. He is the director, University Board, and of course, board member, African Hydrogen Partnership. Jennifer, quite a number of very wonderful people. I think I saw Bodilonge as well. He's also very much here with us. But don't worry, when it's time, we're going to be welcoming you officially one-on-one to the 7th Nigeria Energy Forum. And it's going to be a roller coaster affair here this day. And so we appreciate you and we welcome you. Dr. Nade, maybe you want to take it over from me.
Yes, thank you very much, Engineer Makinde, and very, very pleased to welcome all of the stakeholders who are joining us on the 7th Nigeria Energy Forum Day 2 event today. I will just step through briefly a bit of what went on in July, as you rightly highlighted there, Engineer Makinde. A bit of a summary there, just to take us through for the benefit of those who may have missed out on the July event. What the key insights were from that event before we, I believe, fully kick off for today's session, while we expect the Honorable Minister of State for Power to join us. So I believe the best way to actually get this going is to, they say a video speaks more than 1,000 words. So I would attempt to bring up a short video which summarizes, I believe, the experience from the July session Please let me know if that works okay, and then I can come back to pick up the rest of the presentation. So I'll just make a start with that video. Let me check if it works. Engineer Makinde, please let me know.
And now in this next report, poor electricity supply is an enormous challenge
Yes,
that has
we're good to
engulfed
go. Yes,
Nigeria
it's working.
for almost 2 decades, contributing to problems. And now in this next report, poor electricity supply is an enormous challenge that has engulfed Nigeria for almost 2 decades, contributing to problems of poverty and economic downturn. But the Nigeria Energy Forum, in its annual conference, suggests a full exploitation and promotion of renewable energy resources, which would solve many of the country's problems. Inyonuwa Bolabu reports.
For the 6th time, the national electricity grid has suffered yet another collapse, throwing many homes and businesses across the country into total blackout. The solution to improving the power supply has been an unending question for years, with little or no result. With plans to diversify energy sources, the Nigeria Energy Forum organized a conference focused on boosting investment in climate-smart energy infrastructure and modern energy technologies to boost the power sector. With its partnerships with other countries, the stakeholders believe it would help to aid economic development as well as improve other sectors.
One thing that we offer that I think is the greatest asset that we have in Canada is the ability to deploy experts and provide technical assistance. And so this is something that hopefully we'll be able to explore with our Nigerian partners going forward.
Sustainable energy is critical to addressing some of the grand challenges that the world faces today, from a better recovery from COVID-19 impacting health, the economic cost of living crisis, and how cheaper energy sources, sustainable energy sources that can help drive economic growth and productivity.
With the present level of power generated to businesses, stakeholders say the country is more than ready to diversify to using renewable energy.
There is a clear policy on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and renewable energy action plans. The government has put that in place.
What we need to do as a country is have an imaginative approach, and we need to unlock the capacity of Nigerians, both at the investment level, both at the technical level, both at the operational level, for them to solve this power challenge.
Now that the national grid has been resolved and the Senate has passed a bill for each state to generate electricity, while also giving a legal backing to renewable energy, this may just be the change Nigeria needs to improve the energy sector. Inyonuwa Kupola, TVC News, Lagos.
Great. So I think that was, a summary of what happened in July. Engineer Makinde, I'll pass the ball back to you to, get us going.
Yeah, that was succinct. I mean, it couldn't be put in any better way. And of course, we want to appreciate our partners, even the media partners, for assisting us even with some of those beautiful packages and records. Today, we are going to be doing a whole lot. There's a whole lot to learn about. There's a whole lot to receive today. There's a whole lot to glean, even from the, it's a potpourri of activities, talking about the policy, talking about the industry, talking about even the people that have done researches in the academia and so on and so forth. There is so much to glean from today's event. Of course, the theme of this particular event, the 7th Nigeria Energy Forum, is talking about delivering sustainable energy transition. Of course, we are all very much aware the whole world is moving away from fossil, we are moving to renewable. So how do we deliver sustainable energy transition? And so we are going to be having different modules, different packages being released, in the course of this event today. The very first one, we are going to be taking off on that one very shortly. is going to be on energy transition high-level plenary session. Of course, the Honorable Minister of State for Power is going to be delivering, his own keynote speech during that particular session. And immediately after, we're going to be having the EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, being represented by Ms. Inga Stefanovics. She's going to be, that's the head of green and digital economy EU delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS. She's going to be talking to us on advancing the EU-Nigerian green economic cooperation. Of course, immediately after that session, we have a short break and then we'll move to the next session. But we don't want to go on here too much without appreciating our partners, many of them that have been there for us over the time. And we really, really want to say that we appreciate them. All on, at the tail end of this event today, there's an innovative, energy innovative competition that have been home for, of course, as long as NEF is there, 7 years. And you're going to be seeing people from all over Africa, what their presentations were, and how the team of panelists, they have gone, through their presentations, through their submissions, and you're going to be unleashing, releasing to us the winners of this particular event today. It's more than one, it's more than two. And they are going to be smiling home with some good packages. And All On has always been there, to assist in bankrolling this. And as a matter of fact, they've even jacked up, what they released to us in this regard. So the winners, I can assure you, you are going to be having some big smile on your faces today. USAID Power Africa, they have also been there with us. I really appreciate you. Lileka Brothers, they are also one of our partners. We thank you so very much. IEEE, thank you so very much. And, quite a number of others that I may allow maybe Dr. Daniel to mention thereafter.
No, thank you very much, Engineer Makinde. I think it's key to highlight, the key workshop providers we've got for today. I know you were mentioning there, we've got that energy transition plenary leading us into the Power Africa Impact Workshop, followed by the Energizing Agri-Food Panel, supported by GFSGP UNDP, and then the Clean Power to Green Hydrogen Workshop, supported by the German Nigeria Hydrogen Office, and of course the Energy Innovation Panel and Context Finals, supported by Olon. So we're very grateful, and we recognize due to the large number of participants on the call today, please invite all participants to mute their microphones. Just from a bit of a housekeeping perspective, questions and answers will be managed either on the Zoom chat or on slido.com using the code NEF2022. The webcast is being recorded. Slides and videos will also be published on the webpage post-event. Engineer Makinde, I think I'll just step through a bit of, the numbers we're seeing for today's event. So go that slide shot there showing, I think, a summary of all the key stakeholders gathered today. Well over 300 subscriptions, over 25 speakers, out of which, 50% or more are actually women energy leaders and professionals joining us today. Some key summary and recommendations from the 21st July event in July, highlighting the role of developing pathways to achieving the 30 gigawatts of installed renewables capacity by 2030 in Nigeria, the key role of demonstrating clean energy transition pathfinder projects using innovative finance tools, and also the importance of implementing policy and people development initiatives for rapid net zero energy transition across Africa. And on the right-hand side there, you see a bit of some of the actions and opportunities that I think were highlighted from that event in November. And just here, a summary of, the 2 days combined at a glance, seeing the key focus on the 21st of July session on the top there, and on the bottom side, the key sessions we'll be focusing on today. Engineer Makinde, I know you were already giving a tip of the iceberg on this one. I'll probably pass the ball back to you.
Okay, just as we're talking about this, sorry, which point were you actually talking about, Dr. Daniel?
So
You
it
missed me
was
out on that.
the day two session. So the 5 different sessions.
Okay,
will go
okay,
on
okay,
day 2.
okay. Then I think I stopped on the second session, which is going to be the power. No, the very first one, the transition energy, the energy transition plenary. Of course, we did mention that the Honorable Minister of Safe for Power is going to be delivering the keynote address there. Then the U.S. ambassador to EU and Africa is going to be doing another, speech for us there. Then, of course, we're going to be moving to the next segment, which is going to be on Power Africa capacity building workshop. There we're going to be seeing quite a number of things, a number of course, people being presented. And of course, immediately thereafter, we'll go to the energizing agri-food panel. Want to see what exactly has been happening on the field. Want to see what exactly, how do we, there's a lot of harvesting, whether on the farm, whether on the sea, wherever. How do we energize this? How do we keep them? How do we now even push them forward? We're going to be seeing real-time online experience here, even during this day 2 of Nigeria Energy Forum. And of course, immediately thereafter, we are going to dovetail into the next section, which is going to be on clean power to green hydrogen. Of course, I can assure you there are going to be very insightful presentations to be made during that particular session. And finally, the innovation panel and final awards. I can assure you, you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it, especially if you know somebody that did submit a presentation, or anyone that's probably is linked to somebody that submitted. You want to find out what actually happened at the end of the day. Scintillating, very wonderful presentations, very insightful presentations. But then the panelists have some very odious tasks on their hand, very important tasks on their hand, very powerful one. They have to sift through all of this. And at the end of the day, let's see who's going to emerge, from which part of the world, from which part of the continent. Let's just see. So I'm sure you are going to be part of it. Of course, we have also, as part of our sponsors, part of our partners, the GFSPG. They have also been doing wonderfully well, supporting us over the time. We appreciate you so very much as well. I think, okay, we're having more and more people joining in. Dr. Daniel, I think it might be a safe time to, okay, we'll still wait a bit for the Honorable Minister of State for Power. I think it might be a safe time for us to kick off. You are muted, Dr. Daniel.
Absolutely. I believe to get that process going, it will be beneficial for us to test the Slido platform and the chat functionality here on Zoom, just to test how the question and answer works. So if you'd love to join the conversation, please feel free to type in your questions in the chat box, or just go to slido.com. You'll see that appear in the chat just now. Using code NEF2022 to join the conversation for all the participants who are on the call today. I believe we've got a quick test question coming up on Slido just now for the benefit of participants, just to test how that functionality works before we go straight into the opening plenary session. So if you join us on Slido, I believe there is a poll already active, which should be on just as we speak. The code is NEF2022. If you're joining us on Slido, please just go into Slido and respond to the poll. I believe that just helps us to get familiar with the tools for the feedback on today's session. Great. So the question is, tell us which location you are joining the NEF 2022 from today. You can see the comments have started arriving already. So got question, a comment there. So it's slido.com and the code is NEF2022. NEF2022. So let's see how that poll runs for, I believe, the next 1 minute. We give it 60 seconds and we can have the confidence that participants are familiar with how to use that to provide any questions back to our panelists. Engineer Makinde.
I'm also trying to type in my own location so that I'll be part of the poll as well. Of course. Yeah, I can see, yes, quite a number of very, wow, wow. I can see Zimbabwe, I can see United States of America, I can see Jos, I can see Abuja, I can see Abeokuta, Ogun State. Okay, this is very
Brilliant.
interesting. This is very, 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 very interesting.
And you'll be pleased to know that as the polls have been running, the Honorable Minister of State has also become available
Wow.
to kick off. So maybe we'll give the polls some more 30 seconds more, and then we switch straight into the plenary session, Engineer Makinde.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. We'll just do that. Allow the poll to run a little, and then we'll move on. Since the Honorable Minister of State is here, I think it's just about the right time for us to kick off. Okay. So please just keep the polls coming in. We want to have a very, I can see Greenwich, UK in London. I mean, Greenwich, London in UK. I can see Ota, Abeokuta, Ogun State. Of course, I'm expecting to see Lagos. What's happening? I'm in Lagos. I don't tell me I'm the only person in Lagos. Come on. Okay. Lagos know they carry last now. Okay. Okay. So, gentlemen and ladies, once again, we so much appreciate you and we welcome you once again to the 7th edition of the Nigeria Energy Forum. Of course, the theme. This is day 2 of the 7th of the 7th edition. We're at day 1 on 21st of July, the year 2022. That was it was an hybrid event because some of us gathered physically at the Admiralty Event Center on Victoria Island here in Lagos. And of course, this day 2, which is of course part of the 7th edition, is 100% virtual. And that is why you are here. That is why I'm here. The theme, once again, is delivering sustainable energy transition. Of course, we're all very much privy to what is happening concerning energy in the whole of the world. There's a move, there's a shift going on. So how do we deliver sustainable energy transition? That's basically what we're going to be talking about here. And it is my privilege to welcome into our midst today, as usual, a good friend of the house, someone that is very dutiful, someone that is, of course, also paying attention to little details. Long before the event kicked off, he has ensured that everything is set. He has ensured that the platform is ready, tested the video, tested the microphone, and is very much here with us. I'm speaking of none other than the Honorable Minister of State for Power himself, Mr. Godi Jedi Agba. Honorable Minister, you are very much welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So we are delighted to have you in our midst once again. Very shortly, I'm just going to be kicking off with the very first session, the very first plenary session, which is going to be on energy transition. It's going to be a high-level plenary session. I want to believe the Honorable Minister is very much ready. It's going to be presenting a keynote speech to this audience on maximizing the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. Of course, the government has been doing a whole lot. The president himself was in far away where very recently, and he made some very key positions, very key points concerning the energy transition and the plan of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Of course, the Honorable Minister of State is here, and please feel, relax, and as we listen to him to give us an insight into what the nation of Nigeria has been doing and what are even the plans in the offing. So with this, I want to cede the floor and the microphone to the Honorable Minister of State for Power, Mr. Godi Jedi Agba, to give us his own, to give us his keynote speech on this 7th Nigeria Energy Forum. Honorable Minister, sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you for that beautiful talk and introduction. I'm glad to be here. I'm pleased to be part of this event to discuss how Nigeria is maximizing its energy transition plan. In discussing energy transition, it is important to recognize first that Nigeria needs more energy. The scale of the energy deficit in Nigeria is huge. According to statistics, our nation has the largest unserved population in the world when it comes to electricity supply. Based on this, the latest data, 92 million Nigerians lack access to electricity, while 175 million lack access to clean cooking solutions. In 2020, the average electricity capacity consumption per capita in Nigeria was 360 kilowatt hours, compared to the proposed modern energy minimum of 1,000 kilowatts hours. These energy deficits constrain economic development and positive social outcome. Also, as a global community and strictly in Nigeria, we are confronted with challenges of climate change and its imminent repercussions. The reality and grave impacts of climate change are already manifesting in recurrent indices of flood, population, pollution, erosion, and desertification, followed with its associated socioeconomic consequences. At the center of Nigeria's climate position is the nation's bold net zero ambition announced at COP26 by His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, and the audacious plan designed to facilitate its attainment. His Excellency declared Nigeria's commitment to carbon neutrality by 2060. He also stressed the importance of role of gas in Nigeria's transition. He called for partners in innovation and finance to scale up and enable a stable transition in energy markets and bottom-up transition pathway across energy markets, adaptation and realities, nature-based solutions, clean cooking, gender and green job availabilities. Shortly after, in order to deliver SDGs 7 by 2030, net zero by 2060, and to tackle the dual crisis of energy poverty and climate change, Nigeria developed the Energy Transition Plan. The plan is in partnership with the UK Energy Transition Council, Sustainable Energy for All, Taxi for All, and McKinsey. The plan articulates the pathway and scale of resources required to achieve SDG 7 by 2030 and net zero administration in terms of nation's energy consumption by 2060. The plan focuses on the rapid build-up of sustainable energy systems to acknowledge energy poverty in this nation. Key objectives of the plan include lifting 100 million people out of poverty, driving economic growth, bringing bottom energy services to the full population, and managing the expected long-term job losses in the oil sector due to global decarbonization. In addressing the plan, key targets from relevant policies and initiatives such as 2020 Economic Sustainable Plan, the Nigerian Electricity Project, the National Decarbonization Program, and the Presidency Power Initiative, and 30-30-30 target, which calls for 30 gigawatts operation capacity by 2030, with 30% from renewable sources were considered. The ETP is geared towards low carbon development of energy systems across 5 key sectors: power, industry, cooking, transportation, and oil and gas. In the power sector, in order to achieve both energy access and climate goals, the ETP strategy is to complete elimination of diesel and petrol generators, and expansion of generation capacity through renewable sources, primarily solar through these other ways. This expansion of the power sector is necessary to achieve development goals like universal access to electricity and industrialization, and support the decarbonization via the electrification of sectors like cooking, industry, and transportation. In an industry, plan is for emission of decrease despite industrial growth through 100% shift to zero emission like hydrogen and clean electricity for heating and decarbonization activities, mainly in cement and ammonia production. In the cooking sector, the ETP details the need to shift from traditional fuels such as firewood, charcoal, kerosene, and LPG in the short term, biogas and electric cooking. In the transportation section, an uptake of electric vehicles in the passenger car segment will drive emission reduction. Oil and gas emissions are expected to decrease largely due to falling global demand. However, ETP indicates that reduced flaring and fugitives, improved electrification, and energy efficiency in upstream activities can help to further reduce emission. The Nigerian Energy Transition Plan, the first in Africa, has been approved by Federal Executive Council and adopted as national policy. Also, Climate Change Act has been passed and signed into law by the National Assembly. The act establishing the National Council on Climate Change and a Climate Change Fund to support investment in clean energy and provide a drive for the establishment of carbon tax systems to encourage a green transition has been approved. An Energy Transition Implementation Work Group, ETWG, has been established to drive the implementation of the ETG along with key international partners. The ETWG is chaired by His Excellency Vice President Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN, and comprised of several key ministries, including the Ministries of Environment, Finance, Works and Housing, Petroleum Resources, Foreign Affairs, as well as Power. The working group has a secretariat at the Energy Transition Office, have been engaging with industry stakeholders, development partners, financiers, and the international community for the delivery of plan. One, significantly, in September 2022, His Excellency Vice President Osibanjo led the mission of ETWG to Washington, D.C., and there was a broad acceptance of the ETP from U.S. government, counterparts, and other partners. On 24th of August 2022, a virtual globe launch of the Energy Transition Plan was held. The launch featured high-level presentation, signal coherent whole of government alignment in such a manner that fosters investor confidence, and as well as encouragement of participation in this program. We must highlight this in the significant opportunity that Nigeria's energy transition represents for our nation. The ATP creates several above business as usual spending. This additional financing requirements translates to a $10 billion per annum investment opportunity. In line with securing the initial $10 billion support package and showcasing the existing opportunity in Nigeria, we have identified an initial pipeline of transition-related energy projects and programs worth about $23 billion that can kickstart the implementation of this plan. We now seek to crown it with well-articulated financial and technical resources required to execute our plan. The Nigerian government has implemented several sector reforms, such as the power sector reforms, put in place to enable policies and initiatives like the 3-year tax holiday, for independent power generation and made investment grade data and tools such as the Nigerian Integrated Energy Planning Tool for publicity available to demonstrate our investment readiness and commitment to this transition. Nigeria developed our energy transition plan to engage with the rest of the world in a serious, thorough, and data-based manner. And it is my hope that other African nations will follow up in this path as we begin defining the terms of a just transition. I thank you for your attention, and God bless us all. Thank you.
I can see I can see quite a number of applause going on there. Not even virtual now. I can see the physical one. I joined them to applaud the Honorable Minister of State for Power, Mr. Godi Jeriagba. Thank you so very much. That was just an insight into all that the government has done, they have been doing, and that they still plan to do, looking forward concerning the energy transition plan. Please, if you have questions, Dr. Dana, I guess the questions can go on the Slido.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
so
okay.
the link is there, slido.com. Just do the hashtag NEF, Nigeria Energy Forum 2022, and let's keep the questions coming. I guess probably Dr. Daniel we might want to take on the next presentation while we have the questions coming in, and then the Honorable Minister, of course, whom I know is still going to be with us for a short while more. Then we, attempt, to attend to some of the questions as they come. I want to believe so.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
I believe, maybe some of the burning questions for the Honorable Minister may be relating to the just concluded COP27 in Egypt. Just to check what were the, I think the major achievements and the major, I think, wins, for the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, for the broader plans for the development of the energy sector in Nigeria and the power sector in particular, that, were, I think, achieved from that, a recently concluded session in Egypt. So I believe we'll be very keen to welcome any early insights from Your Excellency on some of the key, I think, takeaways that I think the COP27 may have delivered or started to deliver to the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan.
Well, first of all, COP27 was a great success. I will tell you, it's a huge success. We were able to convince the world at COP27 that Nigeria would deliver as its promise at 2060. We also were able to convince it, or made a good point for Africa and Nigeria, that gas will continue to be a transition fuel because we cannot do otherwise in this circumstance. And we were able to point out that it is double standards for the West to insist on us dropping coal and other gases while they go back to the coal mines and coal plants to develop theirs, whereas we are on the other receiving end. So we are stranded, as it were, double standards. Those points were made clearly, and Africa came to COP27 with a position, a firm position, on the fact that we are progressing on this thing, on this pathway with us as equal partners, and with a view to achieving our objectives to the benefit of Africa and our people. And this was bought. So we are on the path of progress, and Nigeria made that point very clear.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for, I think, this very, very, I think, interesting insights from COP27. And I'm sure, this will be very beneficial to, as you say, the development of our gas resources in Nigeria and the critical importance of allowing different nations to develop their own, I think, resources at pace without necessarily imposing a general agenda across the different countries across the globe. And thank you very much for that, Your Excellency. I believe the questions are coming in thick and fast, Engineer Makinde. Before we take on the keynote presentation from the representative of the EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, which I'm sure the Honorable Minister of State will be more than happy to also, engage with. Any quick questions of the Honorable Minister of State for Power before we switch to the slide of questions and also the follow-on keynote presentation from the EU delegation to Nigeria. Engineer Makinde, please.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Dr. Daniel. Honorable Minister, I want to appreciate you so very much once again, sir. Some of us did follow the events in Egypt keenly, and I saw one of the representatives of Nigeria at that particular event,
Yes,
speaking to the press and telling us part of what the Honorable Minister have told us just now, and of course telling us another fact that, look, there is a kind of a support that they were requesting for from the rest of the world, particularly the African continent, and that it is better to move from a particular stage to the next. And that initially, it mentioned a figure, probably 200 million dollars or so, I can't remember the figure. And that right now they are trying to progress so that even if you request for a particular figure and it doesn't come, then this other one will come, and at the end of the day, things will still progress the way it was planned. So may I ask, Honorable Minister, sir, how far have we gone? Are there some positive vibes? Are there some positive responses concerning this support, sir?
yes. As you are aware, COP27 has just ended. We just got back from Sharm el-Sheikh, and we hope that they will respond positively to our requests, collective requests of funding, because you can't fund this. We can't go ahead with this project without funding. Last year, there were a lot of promises that were never fulfilled. We made it clear to them abundantly this year that we're not living on promises any longer. We need action. We need a positive action. So it is our hope, and honestly, we look forward to donor agencies, developers, and all the countries involved who have made promises, bogus promises that have not been fulfilled. We look forward to that and hope that they are going to comply very, very shortly. It's too early to assess whether they'll do that or not, but we just came back
from Egypt. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
and we hope that it will manifest.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you. Dr. Danley, I guess we might want to go ahead and take some of the questions on Slido.
Yes, I see the questions are coming in thick and fast, but I know the Honorable Minister mentioned a key point around funding. I'm looking at as we speak about funding here, because I'm aware there may be some good news coming down the line around some green economy funding opportunities that the European Union are offering up, So maybe it may be a good time to welcome Inga's keynote presentation while we then combine the remaining questions of the Honorable Minister of State along, the end of the plenary session to ensure we have a robust conversation.
Fantastic. So, Inga, over to you. I guess you have the floor now. Okay, let me bring her in. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we're going to be having the next presentation right now. It's going to be from okay, it's going to be on advancing the European Union Nigeria Green Economic Cooperation, and the EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, of course, suitably and ably represented by Ms. Inga Stefanovic, the head of Green and Digital Economy, EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS.
I'm going to leave.
She's going to be presenting to us our own speech now, some 7 minutes. Over to you, Inga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be speaking in this opening session alongside the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for your invitation to the forum. A few words on behalf of the European Union delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS then. Let me start by saying that the current global energy transition is a pathway towards transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to zero carbon by the second half of this century. At its heart is the need to reduce energy-related CO2 emissions to limit climate change. And there are two key drivers of that transition globally. First, the replacement of fossil fuels with renewables due to the reduction in the cost of renewable energy generation and the corresponding increasing cost of generating energy from fossil fuels. And then secondly, it is the development of new technologies such as energy storage, hydrogen, and digitalization that is driving that change. The energy transition involves significant structural changes, and I think this is also what the Honorable Minister mentioned already. Structural changes in energy systems regarding both supply and consumption. It also involves transformation of economies and businesses. But ultimately, and notwithstanding how difficult that transformation may be, it is for the eventual advancement of in job creation, in economic growth, in doing business and investments, and the broader benefits for consumers and population as a whole. Nigeria is not standing aloof in this ongoing transition. We have seen that through the adoption of the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, on which I take again this opportunity to congratulate the country. And that showcases Nigeria's pathway to achieving net zero emissions by 2060. The plan shows Nigeria's commitment and ambition in achieving carbon neutrality while also ending energy poverty, driving economic growth, and bringing modern energy services to the entire population. But, there's always the but, the ETP is estimated to require over $400 billion to deliver the plan by 2060, which shows us also the scale of the challenge. And this is why delivering sustainable energy transition in Nigeria has to take several avenues. I start by saying that further policy and regulatory reforms are needed to promote the increased use of renewable and low carbon sources, especially by facilitating private investment in the sector and incentivizing the users. Mobilization of private capital will be critical to achieving these objectives. But room has to also be made in the what is modest fiscal space available. And some bold reforms are being advocated by many for improved revenue mobilization, for improved public finance management, especially when it comes to the use of subsidies, which could be redirected from fossil fuels to renewable sources of energy. Also, Nigeria's development partners are there to assist what may ultimately be seen as our shared objectives. The European Union recognizes that Nigeria will require significant assistance in the form of climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building from the international community. And as a co-chair of the Development Partners Group for the power sector, alongside the World Bank, we work towards making such support available to Nigeria. One of the examples of our work is the recently launched Team Europe initiative on green economy, totaling some 1.3 billion euros in projects funded by the European Union member states that are tackling climate smart agriculture, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and circular economy. While this green economy initiative is a cross-sectoral one, especially targeting, perhaps looking more closely at the agricultural sector, the energy projects that are included in it focus on access to energy critical for fueling the economy in a clean way, for productive uses, for growth of SMEs, and importantly, for jobs creation. And for that also the creation of skills necessary to man the jobs in this nascent renewable energy sector. We could say that some 400 million euros worth of these projects and programs from the EU and the member states will contribute to the energy transition plan specifically. The new EU support is, of course, building on our long-standing partnership with Nigeria in the area on energy transition, which dates back to 2008. With some 200 million euros in grants and projects addressing policy and regulation, capacity of market participants, and access to finance and technology. This amount may seem modest when compared with the needs and the ECP estimates, but it is also the role of our funds to act as catalysts of change, reforms, and importantly, private sector and international development finance investments. So we are proud to have already achieved those kind of positive spillovers while working with Nigeria since 2008. And we very much look forward to working together more. And on that note, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inga, and thank you for bringing us, I think, these very deep insights around the funding opportunity and portfolio that the Green Economy Program brings, to Nigeria and partners across Africa as well. I think on that note, pass the effort to Engineer Makinde to open up the Q&A discussion for this energy transition plenary session. I believe we've sort of, raised the ways participants can join the conversation. So questions for Inga, any questions for the Honorable Minister of State for Power, please log into slido.com and use the code NEF2022 to enter in your questions for our excellent, panelists who will be fielding or responding to that as soon as they come in. But just, I think, while we anticipate the questions arriving on Slido, welcome Engineer Makinde's input and early feedbacks across the keynote presentation we've just heard.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Daniel. Inga, thank you for that insightful presentation as well. We'll be expecting the questions now from Slido. So please feel free. I think I saw quite a number of people raising their hands while the presentation was going on then. Please feel free to use Slido. Once again, the details are there, slido.com. Then don't forget to use
I believe we lost the audio there from Engineer Makinde, and I can see the Q&A tab. So please use the Q&A tab on Slido to enter your questions and kindly get back to us. We bring up that Slido screen just now so our panelists can see the questions as they arrive. So the code to use is NEF2022. I see the first question has arrived there, and I believe that may be for Inga. So I think there's a point there, Inga, around how can projects assess this cooperation fund opportunities that may be available within the Green Economy Program.
Okay, thank you for the question. In Nigeria, our projects are implemented through institutional partners, primarily member state development agencies, and other expert international organizations, such as those in the UN system. So this is the first tier, you might say, through which we channel the funds and validate their implementation. So if there is any funding needs further down, this is handled by those organizations, and we do not. Occasionally we could actually directly launch calls for expression of interest in specific area. That is unfortunately not planned when it comes to energy transition at this moment. Why we are channeling through those international expert organizations or EU expert organizations is because that allows us to create bigger programs with bigger impact rather than many small projects. And I think scale and impact is what Nigeria needs. And then just to add, on a general principle, when it comes to working through smaller projects, individual projects, and with the private sector or other local organizations, that is always on the basis of competitive procedures. But as I said, we are not taking that avenue right now. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much for that feedback. Please keep the questions coming in on Slido. I see, and I think just maybe to pick up on that, Inga, so when you mention some of the institutional partners who are driving this initiative, are there maybe some early examples of some of those institutional partners who are supporting this activity at present?
Right. So I should mention our Nigeria Energy Support Program that for many years now has been implemented by GIZ. GIZ is a German development agency. This program is funded by Germany, and they have been our key partner, and the program as such, if you Google it, NESP is our flagship initiative when it comes to the energy sector. It is actually through this channel that there are occasional opportunities, for example, to fund specific solar energy projects with the private sector. And this year, for that program, we have channeled grants to, I think, more than 20 such individual solar energy projects across the country. So that's one. We are also planning to work with UNIDO, which is one of the UN system organizations that has also been long established in Nigeria, with projects in the area of energy and circular economy. With them, we are looking at possibilities of also diversifying our focus. We have been very, very present and active when it comes to solar energy, especially off-grid, but we also want to see how much we can do on-grid, but also other renewable sources. And here, for example, with UNIDO, we may soon be working in small hydropower, also supporting concrete private sector projects in that subsector. So that's to give you a couple of examples of our current and future partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Inga. Just looking into Slido, I believe there's another question that's come through there around, and I believe it's one for the Honorable Minister to address, the Honorable Minister of State. This relating to gas consumption. So just let's see. So why is it taking government so long to consider delivering domestic gas consumption through pipelines rather than the prevailing cylinder system? So I believe that will be picked up once they have the Honorable Minister of State join us back. Please keep the questions coming through. Engineer Makinde, I know you probably may have spotted any other questions on the Zoom chat that may be directly relevant to the plenary discussions as well. Engineer Makinde. It appears you're on mute, sir.
Okay. Yes, thank you so very much, Dr. Dana. On the Zoom chat platform, there seem not to be any new question there from what I can see thus far. No, there is none yet. But there is an individual raising the engineer knee. I don't know. He doesn't want to put this question on the Slido.
I'm here. Can I ask my question?
Okay, I guess you already have the floor, so maybe you should just go ahead right away then.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, for that thought-provoking lecture on energy. My own question is this. Recently, we are expressing low energy from electricity in Nigeria. And it is our hope and aspiration that we are going to embark on solar and other sources of renewable energy that can improve our energy sources in Nigeria as a whole. What is your advice to government of Nigeria in this, especially when we have our Honorable Minister with us here? Because right now, the way forward is to look towards other sources of electricity apart from hydro. We majorly concentrate on hydro for now, and we have been having issues. But we need somebody who will try to encourage government in other areas, solar and other renewable energy. Other individuals have been doing well in this, but that is not enough until government make it a priority. And that's what I want to emphasize here. Thank you very much for that.
I think we got the question. So
thank you very much.
What options are there across, alternatives to hydro, renewable to be supported? So thank you very much. I'm sure Inga raised a few points around some of the alternative technologies that have been considered within maybe some of the ongoing initiatives. I'm not sure, Inga, would you like to add some further insights on that?
Was that an invitation for me to try and answer that question?
I believe it was just to maybe clarify some of the renewable energy projects and technologies that I think are supported within the green economy activities.
Good afternoon, guys. Yeah, how are you? Idris, my technical Jabab. Yeah, Idris. Okay. We're waiting for the.
We have someone. Oh, okay. Okay. Is it okay? Or then I.
Yes, please.
Give it a go. From our perspective. So I won't give a very technical response. I'm not a technical expert, but I already referred to small hydro, where there seems to be potential. There's of course enormous potential still for building on the solar on-grid, off-grid and on-grid, doing more in that space. And but then also when I mentioned the initiative green economy, there is and agriculture. There is, of course, the green economy, circular economy solution that we are also trying to promote and encourage, for example, in the agricultural sector with the biomass solutions where farms can use circular economy models, and we can combine and support investments in renewable energy and the agricultural sector for them to work together in synergy and create more development in both areas, agriculture and renewable energy sphere. There is, and it's not for me to take, I think I heard in the introductions being made at the very beginning that there could be someone from the hydrogen office, the German hydrogen office. So there's that also coming from Team Europe to Nigeria, but probably you can hear more from the person representing that office. So yes, we're looking also at supporting Nigeria in diversifying as much as possible, because eventually that is the future and the way to go. Thank you.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you very much for that. I think that was a broad spread there that, of insights across the agri-business energy nexus, across the opportunities. So exploring green hydrogen for solar, grid, mini grid applications. And yes, I believe you mentioned potential opportunities around small hydro projects as well. So no, thank you very much for that. I think feedback, which was very, very beneficial. I see we probably started to run through to the injury time now for the plenary session. Engineer Makinde, it appears we lost your audio. I'm looking into Slido. Any final questions or feedback for our panelists? We'll be more than happy to present that over to them. But just to clarify, immediately after this session, we've got an interesting and power-packed panel backed and powered by the USAID Power Africa Nigeria Power Sector Program, focusing in on how utilities can improve the processes for adopting distributed renewable energy sources in their networks. So that's, I think, probably speaking to some of the questions that have been raised now around how to add more renewable energy sources now into the distribution networks, which I believe we'll be hearing more about in a bit. Then there is the Energizing Agri-Food panel, which I think speaks to the point Inga raises around how do we energize, more sustainable agricultural value chains to improve productivity and improve economic viability. And then there is the Clean Power to Green Hydrogen panel that will also be coming up later today. So I see, please, questions, comments, contributions from the participants be directed to slido.com using the code NEF2022. We're just rounding up now the plenary session, and it'll be the Power Africa Impact Workshop that will be coming up. I just want to check, Engineer Makinde, we haven't gotten back your audio, just to double check if there may be any final questions for Inga and the Honorable Minister of State for Power before we round up the plenary session.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Daniel. The network here seems to be playing a fast one on me. Very much available. From what I can see thus far, I seem not to have no questions on Slido, neither on the Zoom chat room.
Brilliant.
So, and of course, considering the fact that we're already sliding behind little by little concerning the next plenary session, I would just want to suggest that probably just dovetail the activities into the second plenary session.
Excellent. And on that, I think you join me to say a big thank you to the Honorable Minister of State for Power and to the representative of the EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS for making time to join us today on the plenary session focused on the energy transition opportunities in Nigeria and across Africa. Thank you very much, Inga, and the Honorable Minister of State for Power, Mr. Godi Jediaga, who is still very much with us, and I'm sure we'll welcome back any comments, questions, or contributions. Our panelists are still with us, and I'll be happy to pass that over to them across the rest of today's session. So on that note, we say thank you to our panelists, and we welcome the next high-powered panel on in the Power Africa Nigeria Power Sector Program Impact Workshop. Engineer Makinde, over to you for the introductions.
Oh, thank you so very much once again, Dr. Dana. This time around, we're going to be looking at improving utilities processes and business models to enable distributed energy resources adoption. Of course, this is going to be by the USAID Power Africa and APSP Impact Workshop. That's what we want to do now. And of course, to help in anchoring this session, this power-packed session, we're going to be having Mr. Bodilonge, who has been here with us even before we started. Another one of very wonderful Nigerians. Sorry, I don't know whether he even has multiple nationality anyway, or at least I'm just guessing from the name, that are always very time conscious, and that is very much appreciated. It is, of course, he is from the USAID Power Africa Nigeria Power Sector Program. Mr. Bodilonge is going to be the moderator here now. So, but before I hand over the microphone to him, the opening remarks is going to be taken by Miracle Okwe Ogunbowale. That's a PA to NAPSP Communication Manager. So she's going to be giving us the opening remarks. And of course, the host is going to be Mr. Tunde Gbajumo, the Chief of Party, PA NPSP. Now, in this particular session, I want us to be looking forward to having some very important deliveries from Mr. Diana Shua, who is, of course, from the USAID Power Africa himself, and Madam Olajuma Kedilanan, the head of Regulatory and Government Relations, Abuja Electricity Distribution Company. She's also going to be sharing the mind of herself and our organization with us. And of course, we're going to be having as well Fauzia Chivon, OKDG. OKDG, that's a Nigeria Energy Support Program, NESP advisor, sustainable energy access. That's particularly on grid and off-grid GIZ. Then finally, in this power pack session as well, one of the speakers as well is Asana Bilu Aliyu, who is the Vice President Operations, Conexa. So with this, let me hand over to the moderator for today. Of course, he's going to tell us what the rules are for how long the presenters are going to be speaking. So, Mr. Bodilonge, please, over to you, sir. Yeah,
it appears Mr. Bodi is on mute, but I'm sure
you're still muted, Mr. Bodi, yes.
Can make a start.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that very warm introduction. I have my colleague here, Miracle Ogunbowale, who actually would do the introductions and ahead of the plenary session, which I will be moderating. So if you don't mind, I'll pass this on to my colleague, the lovely Miracle Ogunbowale. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Buddy. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished practitioners of the Nigerian energy sector. And please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Miracle Ogunbowale, the Communications Manager for Power Africa Nigerian Power Sector Program. Thank you to the organizers for such a warm welcome. And before we go deeper into our own session, I would just like to give an overview of what our session entails and what we should be expecting. So we'll kick off with our Chief of Party, Mr. Tunde Gbajumo, giving an overview of our program, followed by Mr. Duran, who will be giving, more of a background of the topic of today, which is improving processes and business models to enable distributed energy resource adoption in utilities, followed by a power-packed panel discussion, which Bodin will be moderating, and we have a group of experts on this subject matter. Without further ado, permit me to welcome, to give an overview of our program, our Chief of Party, Mr. Tunde Gbajumo. By way of introduction, Mr. Tunde has over 3 decades of experience adding value to the power sector across Africa. He has worked in countries like Tanzania, Liberia, just to list a few. He also supported the first non-government project deal in the Nigerian power sector. He's a seasoned leader and a technical expert. Over to you, Mr. Tunde, for an overview of our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi, and good afternoon, everyone. Good morning to some people who might be joining from the US. It's a privilege to be part of this event. I continue to marvel at how this event this group seems to grow in leaps and bounds. Congratulations to you all. And I think the Honorable Minister is still on. Good morning, good afternoon, Honorable Minister, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk very quickly about what we do and who we are. So we are the USAID Nigeria Power Sector Program. It's Power Africa's signature program for Nigeria. If you know about Power Africa is a US government alliance of more than 170 partners. It was initiated in 2013 by the Obama administration. It has 4 programs across sub-Saharan Africa. It has an East African program, it has a West African program, it has a South African program, and it has a Nigeria-specific program. And PANPSP is that program that I lead, and our target is 10,000 megawatts and 3 million connections. We work across 4 outcome areas. If you look at your screen now, you will see the outcome areas. So outcome 1 is focused on grid generation. That's targeting at increasing the grid capacity, generation capacity on the grid. Outcome 2 is off-grid, and this is where we've had our greatest success. So outcome 2 works with REA. It works with more than 150 companies developing mini-grids and selling solar home systems. And we've had great success in outcome 2. Outcome 3 is our enabling environment and transmission work stream. It works with TCN, with the regulator, with the ministries, and all the key counterparts who are responsible for working on an enabling environment to encourage investment. And lastly, we work in distribution, and that's where a lot of the discussion on this panel is going to happen today. I'm very also fortunate that Bode Longe, a well-known distribution expert, who is going to be part of this discussion. And Bode and others, our team lead, Art Setstrom, who I think is on as well, do a great deal of work trying to address the liquidity problems in the power sector. Next slide. So we wanted to very quickly show our key achievements over the last 4.5 years. We've been in place since 2018. We've had on the grid 1.6 million new connections in that timeline. The one that excites us the most is the off-grid connections. You know, when you think about off-grid connections, that's people that had no power, were not on the grid at all, and now have some source of power. So if you say that the average household in Nigeria has 5 people, the 1.4 million off-grid connections that we're showing you there means about 7 million people have been impacted by this work that we've been doing. And we're very, very happy with the outcome. In total, our connections are, I mean, if you take the 1.6 and the 1.4, we now have 3.1 million connections, and we've exceeded the target that was set by Power Africa for our program in terms of connections. These are sort of the other metrics. I won't bore you with too many details, but you can see that we've had 2.4 billion in investments mobilized and commitments for projects in off and on grid. And there's a lot of activity going on. We're very gender sensitive. There are more than 1,600 women that have been trained in different fields. We have a very formidable Women in Energy network. We've been involved in bringing women from junior to middle level, and giving them new skills that will help in their careers. I think that's it. I think that the only thing that, if you excuse me, that I will brag about today is that yesterday we won an award for the most impactful development agency in the power sector. And kudos to my colleagues who are smiling at me for embarrassing them. But yes, we're blowing our own trumpet this morning. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that you all enjoyed this session. Thank you. Over to you, Dira.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tunde. Just to give a brief introduction of who Diran is. So Diran will be taking us through a general overview of the topic of today, that is the different distribution energy resource adoption models. And not just that, but he's going to also give us an insight into the current projects ongoing in this space. Diran is an energy expert with a track record for developing viable projects. He has worked with organizations like Fallback and continues to add value to the power sector. Diran is an energy expert with us at our African Nigerian Power Sector Program. Over to you, Diran.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So just to give an overview of the DER and try to keep it very fast. So DERs are usually modular small energy generation or storage technology that's set in strategic places, mostly places where there's shortage in energy access to augment the supply or to actually provide supply in its entirety to the regions. So looking at the technical configuration, there's two distinct forms which the technologies can take in supply to the end user. So one is you have the connection directly from the DER to the grid, which could either be linked to the distribution or the transmission, and it's connected to the end user. And the second case we have where the supply is taken directly from the DER solutions or straight into the end users. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so looking at both scenarios, so there are already regulations in place in Nigeria that supports both technical configurations. For the direct connection, for the grid connected DER, there's a generation procurement regulation in place. There's a feed-in tariff which could be leveraged on, and there's an embedded generation. And for the direct connected DER, there's a mini grid regulation in place. There's captive generation regulation, and there's the high ADN. Next slide, please. So looking at the business case of DERs in Nigeria, for this, the focus is mostly going to be on the renewables, and this is keeping in line with the Nigerian mandates on the energy transition plan, phasing out some fossils. So looking at DER markets, for this, there was a study that was done by World Bank in 2020, which had showed that currently the levelized cost of solar might actually be at par with the grid, and it's actually more economical setting up a distributed solar PV than actually bringing in a fossil generator. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thanks for that. So can you click one more time? Okay, thank you. So going into the actual numbers now, so this is comparing what the scenario could look like if you're looking at different consumer group for small residential, small commercial, large commercial, and large residential and large C&I. And in all of those scenarios, one thing that stands out is the fact that DERs are actually renewable DERs are actually much competitive and cheaper to deploy than actual fossil solutions. Next slide, please. So this is even where it gets more interesting, because on this slide it shows that for the DPV, so if you're deploying just the DPV systems without any backup or storage system, it's even more economical, and it might actually be cheaper than the grid if it's going looking at the levelized cost of energy of solar. Next slide, please. So looking at the opportunities for DER adoption in Nigeria, already they are looking at the ecosystem. It's interesting to know that utilities are getting more receptive to DER systems in their franchise area. And already in Nigeria, there are already 4 models which are already in place. There's a one-time payment, the pay-as-you-go, lease to own, and energy as a service. And just looking into the numbers, for the CNI in Lagos State alone, there's about 750 to about 1,300 potential megawatt potential deployment. Next slide, please. So talking about the existing intervention in the sector, I'm just going to run through this real fast because of the time. So we have the sunray from the AFB. There's the GIAPS Energy Transition as an Access Facility for Africa, which is recently launched. There's a World Bank Programmatic Advisory and Analytics Support Program, which gives the business case, which I talked about earlier. Next slide, please. There's a Rural Electrification NEF program, which I'm sure it's the popular one and everyone knows about that. There's a Solar Niger Power, and there's the RMI through a grant from the UK parts, which is this, accessing different business models that could work in Nigeria. Already there are existing projects in place. The famous one is the Wuse 1 megawatt Wuse market. There's a Nigerian juries. There's a 13,600 Sabongeri 1.6 megawatts solar panel. And there are still prospective projects in the pipeline which are coming up, which shows that there's a genuine business case for this sector in the country. Next slide, please. So going forward, we've talked about the, thank you. So we've talked about the opportunities, looking at the various solutions, interconnected mini grid, solar home systems, standalone mini grid, captive renewable, utility enabled DER. So the real question for us now is, or the real question for the panel is, what are the challenges for this DER solutions? What are the opportunities, and going forward, how can the utility business model can be enabled to, can actually be worked on to enable the solutions? I'd like to hand over to Bodi at this point. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Diran, for that. It was very insightful. And just in case anyone was wondering what DER means, I know he mentioned it at the beginning, but it's distributed energy resources. Thanks for highlighting opportunities in Nigeria, the applicable regulations, and existing interventions within the sector. Moving quickly to our panel discussion, this is going to give a deeper dive into the topic, and also not just look at the challenges, but also the opportunities and how this can be properly adopted into utilities, business models, and processes. In no particular order, I'll be calling our panelists. The first on my list is Olajumoke Delanam. Olajumoke is a seasoned business leader, handling legal regulations and policy in Abuja Electricity Distribution Company. She has over 27 years experience in banking, energy, and development finance with a master's from University of London, and she's a member of Institute of Directors. You're welcome to the panel discussion, Olajumoke. Followed by Fauzia.
Thank you, Miracle.
Thank you. Followed by Fauzia Oketiji. Fauzia is an advisor for sustainable energy access at the Nigerian Energy Support Program by GIZ. She has supported various cross-cutting impactful projects in the energy sector, including working for the largest utilities, Niger Delta Power Holding Company, and she has a master's from University of Leeds, and is also a fellow of Mandela Washington Leadership Fellowship. You're welcome, Fauzia.
Thank you. Thank you, Miracle.
Thank you. Next on our list is Hassana Bello, who is the Vice President Operation at Connector. She has a background in infrastructure development internationally. She is currently working with Connector on a franchising project with Kaduna Electric and holds a degree in engineering from University College London. And I'm very happy that we have an all-women panel, and to moderate this panel is not but Bode Longe. Bode has over 2 decades experience optimizing value and creating sustainable businesses. He holds a degree in economics with a first class from the University of Buckingham, UK, and a chartered accountant. Bode focuses on project finance, transactions in both public, private, and the donor sector. Over to you, Bode, to moderate this session.
Great. Thank you very much, Mimi. I think, yeah, I feel it's it's privileged to have an all-female panel. And I think we really look forward to this session. So I think my job has been made a bit easy. Thank you, General, for that very, very insightful presentation. What I would want to do is I want each of our panelists for just 2 minutes, okay, to tell us something about their organization. I think this can help the audience at least to follow the line of conversation, and also the questions that would be coming. We would hope they would also be quite targeted. So I will say maybe I want to start with Jumoke. Jumoke, it's a pleasure to have you here. A former colleague, you know, one who actually I have looked at and had very good interactions with over the years. Jumoke, please, for 2 minutes, can you tell us about your organization and what you do? Thank you.
Hello, Bode. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate Power Africa for the award yesterday. Well done indeed. So my name is Jumoke, as he mentioned. I'm the head of regulatory and government relations for Abuja Electricity Distribution PLC. We are a distribution utility. We provide power, you know, to Kogi, Nasarawa, Niger, and the Federal Capital Territory. Our vision is to provide power 24/7. It seems like it's a high target, but that's certainly what, you know, we're aiming towards. And in aiming to achieve this goal, we have become very interested in the off-grid space. We are also very interested in renewable energy projects because it serves, you know, two for the price of one. It serves the purpose of energy access and also serves the purpose of energy transition at the same time. And so we have been, you know, privileged to have 2 projects at this point in time, even within, you know, the interconnected mini-grid space. And we are looking, you know, to develop, you know, more projects along this line of business. It's my pleasure to be here, and I look forward to the interactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jumoke. May I ask Hassana to please introduce yourself and your organization for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bode. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Good day, everyone. Pleasure to be here and standing on all existing ceremonies. My name is Hassana Beloliu. I am Vice President of Operations for Connexa. Connexa is a utility model that is aiming to prove the viability of distribution. Connexa aims to work with DISCOs to have a win-win model that makes them viable and make sure that the customer is happy. So we're very customer focused, and we try to use existing regulations as well as working with all the stakeholders to pioneer new regulations and guidelines that can make this mandate happen. So we focus on customers, we assess their needs, we try and give them a bespoke solution to what they want. So not everybody requires the same level of reliability or availability, and not everyone has the same mandate. For example, we work with maximum demand customers who are all moving towards a carbon zero future, so they have that mandate. So we try and design solutions that will cater for everybody in the most efficient, the most affordable, and the most reliable way. We also try and incorporate technology in everything we do. So this will provide energy security, this will provide data. That means that we are continually improving our designs, improving our processes. And in everything we do, we try and carry DISCOs along where possible. But we also work in off-grid spaces. So again, that is trying to tie energy access. And we feel that off-grid and on-grid should be complementary. We don't believe that it's sufficient for them to be working separately, because I think we all know that off-grid energy tends to be slightly more expensive than on-grid. So if you can work in tandem on grid and off grid, then you can use efficiencies across both businesses to make sure that you're providing each and every customer with energy in the way they need it and in an affordable manner. So this connects to what we do. We also have a generation arm, Nigerian Solar Capital Partners, which is pioneering grid connected solar energy. And we also work with embedded generation and, as I said, off-grid. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Hassan. That sounds like a whole lot you've packed in there. I think as this session progresses, we'll get to hear a bit more about the fantastic stuff you have started to mention. May we hear from Fauzia? Fauzia, please, can we hear a bit more about the great works you also are doing in your organization?
Thank you, Buddy. So yes, I am Fauzia Shibon Okidiji, and I work with the Nigerian Energy Support Program, and it's a technical assistance program that is co-funded by the European Union and the German government, and it's implemented by GIZ in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Power. I believe Ms. Inga mentioned our program earlier during her speech. So what we have been working with the Nigerian government for quite some time now in our first phase, that was like 2013 till 2017 thereabout. And then we're currently in our second phase, which has been running since 2018, and it's to come to a close next year, probably around that May. And we're hoping for a third phase to begin as well. But our main objective is to promote domestic market for investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and rural electrification. That's our main objective. And we do that by supporting advisory services or giving advisory services to the government. I would say also, as Ms. Inga mentioned earlier, we are more like market catalysts. So we work a lot on regulatory frameworks, working with the regulators, working on policies and incentives, basically mechanisms and strategies to reduce the risks that would prevent, or rather reduce the risk to allow private sector players really scale projects in the country. But our main target, as I said, is to promote renewable energy. We do have components that target data, data management, electrification planning. We also have components on-grid and off-grid, which is where I currently work. And we pilot a lot of business models, DERs, mini grids a lot as well. And as you might rightly maybe be aware of, then the first phase, we were amongst the first to sort of showcase the business model around off-grid mini grids with the initial pilots in Nigeria, and we see that has opened up the market. Apologies, so I just power cut in my house right now, which is why we're all here right now. But yeah, so we all continue to work basically to help Nigeria get out of the energy access issues, as well as improve reliability on the back of renewable energy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fauzia. And yeah, Fauzia, never mind, we could still hear and see you. So I think you really have the distributed energy resource, I'm sure, augmenting your grid supply. So,
I'm sure the lights are coming.
Yeah. I think this is, it's quite interesting. We have a utility present. We have, we'll have another, well, what do I call a utility company or an integrated company? Yeah, that's into the entire value chain. And we have an international development agency as well. So the real conversation today is how can we, ensure that utilities accelerates, the adoption of distributed energy resources. And my first question will go to you, Jumoke. In your introduction, you had started to talk about some of the DER initiatives within Abuja Electricity. May I ask, if you may, just give us an overview of a particular project quite quickly that you may have deployed in the organization, and do share with us the learning points, okay? The challenges you faced, you know, the learning points and other things. So at least we on this side can understand, you know, what a utility that is so to say already contemplating adding DER as part of their strategy, how they are fared thus far. Over to you, okay.
Okay, thank you, Bode. And that's an excellent question because it's not really about theories. It's about, you know, finding out what strategies and mechanisms actually work. And I'd like to give the example of the total community project, which is about 90%, you know, completed at this point in time. It's for about 0.3 megawatts. So it is an interconnected, you know, mini grid in total community in Nasarawa State. Now, this project started a couple of years ago, and whilst this community is connected to the grid, they had not been receiving, you know, power supply because of payment issues, you know, for a significant period of time. And so a developer out of the potential communities available had identified, PowerGen had identified that community as being suitable for the interconnected, you know, mini grid, and had undertaken extensive stakeholder engagement to obtain the buy-in of the different stakeholders within the community, the traditional rulers, the youths, you know, the government, you know. So the market, you know, people in the marketplace, there had been, you know, stakeholder engagement resulting in an eventual tripartite agreement that was signed between ADC, the developer, and the community. So that project, you know, moved on progressively. However, there is interest in the government, and rightfully so, to extend the grid to that area. So that began to pose, you know, challenges, you know, for that project, because the cost and the tariff for a mini grid solution is quite different from the tariff for an off-grid solution, even if it's interconnected. And as a result, we have seen pushback from the community who had bought in, you know, to this project, beginning to resist and bring up issues on, you know, the costs and the tariff pricing, requesting for a review. So for lessons learned is continuous engagement, you know, continuing to carry the communities along, and also to carry the government counterparties along also, so that there is no misunderstanding along the way, and the communities at the end of the day who have committed, you know, to these off-grid projects don't pull out, you know, along the way. In a summary, that's in a summary what has happened, you know, with that project. But we have, in terms of resolving it, we are involving the governments, you know, all the different stakeholders, and trying to come to a solution. And we hope that that project will be finalized by the end of this year. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much, Boke. I think there's a whole lot packed into that narrative that you have given us. I think it's a good point to ask Hassana from Connexa. I think if we want to draw from some of the learnings from you know, Jumoke's comment, is the site was selected which was undersupplied these things, and then after the hard work by the developer, it seems grid extension is catching up with that location, and then this seemed to be creating some issues around the economics that the developer had worked with, you know, in terms of pricing. How has Connexa been able to navigate these type of issues? I think you may also have encountered the same, I don't know, but let's hear Hassana, so we can actually see what business models you know, Connexa may already have developed to address these kind of issues, if you have come across them. Over to you, Hassana.
Thanks, Buddy. So what Connexa is doing specifically with Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company is franchising. So Connexa approached Kaduna Electric. We said that we're looking for a particular area that has existing customers as well as a sizable off-grid community where the grid has not extended to. So based on that criteria, we selected 2 areas, one in northern Kaduna and one in southern Kaduna. And we now, the terms of the franchise is that we now operate this area. So the Kaduna have given us a network. The network is their equity stake in the project. We now control it, we operate it, we invest in it, and we now control the customers. So in this way, we are the on-grid utility, and we're also providing the off-grid services. So we are working with ourselves, basically, that there is not this issue of we're now deploying investment in off-grid, and the grid might now come and meet us. The way we've designed the project is that we have people who are near the grid, but at the moment are not economically viable for grid extension. So we deploy a mini grid. But again, seeing as we are the ones also operating the network in the area, we have plans that when we feel these guys are now economically viable for grid extension, we will extend the grid, we will pick up the mini grid and we will deploy it to the next community. So in our case, because we are working with the DISCO, because it's a franchise that we are operating and managing ourselves, we have managed to plan it in a way where there is no conflict. So the design is we are managing the off-grid, we are managing the on-grid, and whenever, as I said in my introduction, we assess the customer, we decide what's the most appropriate way to power them. If someone is near the grid and we know that grid extension is going to happen shortly, but it's not viable at the moment, we deploy the system, and we know that we have plans with Kaduna Electric to continually expand this franchise area. So we know in the future, when we deem a community who's currently powered off grid to be a grid extension community, we can just pick up our asset and move it along to the new franchising location.
Right.
So that's why I said it's
Fantastic.
important that whatever you're doing, you're carrying the DISCO along. So you don't want conflict, you don't want tension. It needs to be a win-win situation.
Right. So thank you very much, Hassan. I think if I hear you clearly, I think what I think you actually have said is there's a safety in terms of working with the utility over a larger area. So if that were the case, if you are at a location and things now happen to have changed, you could easily pack up and move to the next location. That's very interesting, I would say.
As well as being over a large area, it needs to be a long-term contract. So we're looking at contracts that are back-to-back with the license tenure, so 20 years.
Right, great. Of course, that's very important for funding and to give assurance to your investors. Fauzia, may I ask? I mean, brilliant work you have done in terms of supporting to develop the DER adoption and in the Nigerian market. May I ask, from your work, are there any new areas of support that you think could be considered to actually accelerate the adoption of DERs? And if you also could speak to maybe 1 or 2 flagship projects or support you have done in the process, that would be most appreciated as well. And I just want to say, for time or housekeeping, we would have a Q&A session in the next few minutes. So if you have your questions, I think from the organizers, we have seen it's possible to put your questions on Slido and also to put it in the chat box on Zoom. So if you already have your questions, please, you may start to post them while we are having the conversation, just for time's sake. Over to you, Fauzia.
Thank you, Bode. And yes, indeed. Of course, you know, some of the initial engagements we had with some of the DISCOs, I remember AEDC was very, very collaborative, and I worked very closely with you at the time. So I'm happy that we have a lot of, I would say, lessons learned from the project. So maybe just because I know I have very little time to speak. Oh, and also apologies, I know my internet is a bit unstable, so if you don't mind that I turn off my video. And speak without.
Turn off the video.
Okay,
yes.
Great.
Thank
yes.
you.
So in terms of, we have been looking at 2 models, the interconnected mini grid acceleration scheme, which I know Bode are aware of, and a lot of other people. And then we have recently also been piloting premium grids, which is sort of similar to what Hassana said in terms of franchising. So the interconnected, I would like to say that DRE is, of course, you could target underserved areas that are in rural and peri-urban areas, which is interconnected mini-grids would play a crucial role in those kind of segments. And then even underserved areas that are maybe a bit more urban or in industrial clusters, that's where premium grids and franchising decentralized solutions would be ideal. So for interconnected mini grids, we have been working with a number of discos, I think about 8 now or 7 thereabout. We started off, which just to mention, as Hassana said, it's very important to engage with discos even early. We started our program starting from really getting to engage all the discos, explain the idea or the concept of mini grids at the time. That was in 2018. And based on that, we now designed a model, a tender, a competitive procurement process that allowed for discos and developers, private players to come together and present projects that could be further developed. So at the moment, we are supporting, as I said, about 8 developers to develop over 20-something projects across Nigeria. And those are going to be interconnected mini-grid projects. And we're expecting over 130,000 beneficiaries to those projects. And then the second aspect, that's obviously a great opportunity for those that may want to get into the space. There's a lot of potential for interconnected mini-grids in Nigeria. And as the other speakers have rightly said, discos over time have become more receptive, and that's fantastic. And I know that there's a lot of effort that has been put in, even by our program NESP since 2018. So we're happy that that market is opening also with the NEP project financing mechanism, and so many others are now available. People could take advantage of that. And the second project, or the second model, is the franchising, which we kind of coin as premium grids, because that allows you to, as a third party, agree with the disco to sort of take over a certain location within their franchise area. But it doesn't stop there, because of course there's like the revenue, trying to secure the revenue protection, and of course metering and all of those, refurbishing the grid. But then we have also pushed for additional energy and additional power to actually work on the reliability. So you have more constant power. Then it also addresses the ATC and C losses in those areas. Customers are more satisfied, and of course we still are able to target the climate change efforts that we're all trying to drive. The ETP right now is of course one of those visions that everybody needs to key into. So we find that these models allow for renewable energy to be injected and augmenting existing grid supply, as well as satisfying customers and ultimately reducing emissions in those locations. So those are the 2 models I would say we have been fully supporting, and we're happy to see that a lot of players are keen into this project, and we're hoping that in a few years to come, we'll see really the real impact of this project. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Fauzia. So I think if I can put together all that has been said, I think one, we actually are able to see that there's very good interest in the adoption of DERs, even by the utilities. We've heard AEDC, Fauzia, you've mentioned you're working with 7 to 8 other discos on interconnected mini grids. So that is fantastic. I also see that your choice of business model is actually the game changer. It looks like no 2 models seem to be the same, and I think there really are so much that we could learn from this kind of interactions. At this point, we have a question on Slido, and please do keep your questions coming in. I will read out the question and see who on the panel will be willing to assist in answering this. The question is, how would off-grid developers access power purchasers, and what could be suitable tariff offer for off-grid customers who are adopting energy as a service? So I think there's someone very keen in going into this space. I think I may want to ask Asana, if you don't mind, could you help respond to this question? Thank you.
Sure. So how would off-grid developers access power? I mean, I think when you say access power purchase agreements, I think when you're talking off-grid, you're going to a community to negotiate power solution with the entire community, and then you'd have some sort of community agreement in which they will provide you with the land, and in exchange, you would provide them with services. Or if you have a specific anchor off-taker, like for example, we have such an off-taker in Kaduna, they have a power requirement close to just under 1 megawatt. So the power purchase agreement would be with that anchor off-taker, but they have surrounding communities of rural farmers. And so you are now expanding your solution to include the rest of the community. But generally, I think the issue of tariff, it's very much about how much infrastructure you are going to have to deploy. So if you want an energy as a service kind of agreement, I think it would require you to, I think, go to these communities, have a discussion, understand their power requirements, understand their energy demand, and once you have ascertained the level of capex that you're going to have to deploy in order to provide them with the services, then you have to have a negotiated tariff. Tariffs can be as anything between 150 naira per kilowatt hour to 250 naira per kilowatt hour. It entirely depends on how much capex you're going to have to spend in order to provide power to these communities. If you're somewhere where there is an existing distribution network that isn't powered, then you can go into some sort of arrangement with the DISCO to be able to use their distributed network. So obviously something like that can provide capex savings. So you might have be able to reduce the tariff a little bit, but generally I think it's very much the case of, do you have an anchor customer? What's the demand profile? What's the load profile? How much capex are you going to have to spend?
Thank you so much, Asana.
Will be negotiated.
I see a lot of consulting work already going on here, so I think someone needs to reach out to you after now, to pay for this. While we're waiting on other questions, oh great, I think I can see some other questions. Apologies in advance. I think time is not on our side. We may not go through all the questions, but we will try to take maybe one or two. Okay. Right. So someone is asking, given the current state of Nigerian power sector, how ready is the country for DERs? I think, Jumoke, I'd like you to speak to this. You already are leading efforts in this space. Can you speak to the readiness of the power sector to take on DERs in 1 minute?
Okay. Thank you, Bode. For sure, the country is more than ready. And for many reasons, including the fact that there's a huge energy deficit of 90 million people without access to energy. And there is a race to 2030 where everyone, that magic date, where everyone is supposed to have access to energy. And on speaking to AEDC's particular interest, AEDC received a DER team lead implant just in November. So RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute, is paying for that implant for the period of 1 year, and it's potentially renewable. There's a demand. The only thing is to structure it win-win. That's one of the things that I've heard mentioned today. How do we structure it in a way that it's beneficial to the community, to the developer, and to the DISCO at large? So there is more than, the sector and the country is more than ready. There's a lot of activity, even in the off-grid space, both isolated and interconnected, projects that have been rolled out already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So yeah, I think the third question here, Asana has been she had almost responded to this. So in addition to being a power sector expert, she also sees the future. I think she has spoken to the effect of DERs on consumer and user prices. I think she already gave some tariff indication there. I would say I don't see any other question.
Sorry, if I can just add something
yeah,
quickly on the
please.
DRR question.
Okay.
I think the also other key thing that we need to keep in mind is, as I mentioned before, is this push towards carbon neutrality. If one thing DISCOs need to be wary about is that a lot of their maximum demand customers now have this renewable energy mandate, and that means that they are either going to have to procure renewable energy and embed it into their network and have back-to-back agreements with these customers, or risk these customers leaving the network to become eligible customers so they can sign with a hydro or with a solar, just so that they can meet these renewable energy mandates in this net zero that all of them are starting to incorporate into their business. So it's essential, I think, to keep these customers on the grid. DISCOs are going to have to start procuring embedded generation, solar embedded generation in particular.
Right.
Bode,
Thank you so much.
Bode, I'd like
Hasana.
to
Yes.
add something
Okay,
that during the last discussions with the regulator for the minor review order that is coming out in December, there is a requirement that is going to be embedded in that order for 10% of the energy that a DISCO distributes to be from embedded generation sources. So there, even the regulator is edging the distribution companies in that direction. As said at the beginning, there's a desire now for bilateral, with the potential winding down of embeds. You know, DISCOs now have to go and procure their energy directly from the generation companies. And of course, because of the carbon, commitments to carbon neutrality, as has been mentioned, there is a desire for cleaner sources, of energy. So absolutely, thank you.
Fantastic. Wow. I think this is very exciting. I think if the question was, what are there business models that utilities can adopt to accelerate DER? I think there's more than enough evidence that that is already going on. I also am hearing now the regulator is also pushing. We have organizations like GIZ and Power Africa, obviously, also moving in that direction, supporting entities in terms of developing the DERs. We also have heard about the market, sort of like a demand push impact as well. Hasana, thank you for pointing out that you have the large power users who now have some mandates to procure part of their power from renewable sources. So I think all the headwinds are in favor of DER adoption. What time would not permit me or permit us to do is to determine, the race, how do we all fit into this race to the top, and how do we have a structured approach towards the DER deployment, so that the solutions complement the regulations are also in place. But I think there's always not enough time to exhaust very interesting issues. I think the panelists, I want to say a big thank you to all of you. You have done great justice to this, and thank you so much. I would say that is it from me. I want to thank the NEF team for the opportunity to allow Power Africa to actually moderate this session. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to the Power Africa Nigeria Power Sector Program team for a super packed, a very, very impactful session, focusing on integrating distributed energy resources into distribution networks. And we do trust that, the insights from today's session will help evolve, the transition of our distribution networks to a more sustainable energy infrastructure. Thank you very much to the team. And, if you join me in providing all the virtual rounds of applause and the physical applause, that's much appreciated. Up next is the Energizing Agri-Food panel. Engineer Makinde, if you want to welcome us into that.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Daniel. I must give big kudos to the just concluded session, the panelists. I mean, it was so professionally, so wonderfully handled. and we appreciate every one of you. Mr. Tunde Bajuman, been doing this a long while, and of course, just getting wiser and bigger and better. We appreciate you so very much. Mr. Deradeshua, thank you. Mr. Bodilunge, that was a special way of anchoring, of moderating. You are celebrated, you are appreciated. And Mimi, wow, thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, we understand that there's gender parity, very much recognized within your system, and of course you are not disappointing. Thank you so very much. And Jumoke Delano from Abuja Electric Distribution Company, we appreciate you as well. For Zia and Azana, thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. I'm sure the audience has been scintillated. The audience has gotten so much from this. And of course, we cannot but say a big thank you to you once again. Without much ado, we're going to be, moving to the very next session, which is going to be on energizing agri-food panel. What we're going to be seeing here is something really, really special, something interesting, because we're talking about on-site activity and how to save the day, how to save the harvest, how to move forward, how to get the best out of our produce, whether from the farm, whether from wherever, how to get the very best out of them. And of course, in the house to do justice to this particular session by way of moderation, I have our own very own, a past national chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, somebody that is so vast. When you talk about multitasking, or you talk about being diverse, I give it to him, honestly. He's one of my mentors, one of the people I learn from. Engineer Olafemi Kwai-Bomolania is the CEO, Colagio, and of course, a stakeholder manager in the Nigerian Energy Forum. Because before I hand over the microphone to him, I'm going to be having individuals, seasoned individuals that will also be speaking on different slides on different topics under the same energizing agri-food panel. Mr. Mohammed Jubril is going to be speaking on maximizing clean energy for agri-food systems. Mr. Jubril is from the Energizing Agriculture Program Lead, Rural Electrification Agency. And of course, Mr. Victor Ogona has been with us not once, not twice. He's going to be talking about upscaling solar cold ops. Mr. Victor Ogona is the head of admin at Cold Ops. They've been doing a lot of wonderful things there, and they will just want to, let us into part of what they are doing. And of course, speaking on powering sustainable cold chains is Uzochukwu Mbamalu, the CEO of Manazum Electric, is going to be sharing some insightful details with us from his own presentation. And last but not the least, the founder of Ekotutu is going to be speaking with us on affordable solar cooling for agri-food systems. That's Mr. Babajide Oluwase, the founder of Ekotutu. So, gentlemen and ladies, if you are ready, as I'm hitching and rearing and ready to hear from them, I will cede the floor now and hand over the microphone to the moderator, Engineer Olafemi Kwai-Bomolania. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer Adekunle Sunday Makinde. Thank you for handling, that introduction so well. Basically, all that is left for me to do is to spell out the ground rules for the energizing agri-food panel. Of course, we know agriculture is one of the sectors of the economy that is considered to be very, very critical for economic growth in this part of the world. And so we recognize that energy interventions into the agricultural sector are vital. And hopefully by the time this panel session is over, we should see the great work that a lot of people are doing in that area. Basically, each presenter has 5 minutes to make his presentation, and we have 15 minutes for Q&A. The Q&A will take place through the Zoom platform and the Slido. It's my honor to call upon Mr. Mohammed Jubril of the Energizing Africa Agriculture Program Lead Rural Electrification Agency to speak to us on the topic maximizing clean energy for agri-food systems. You're welcome, sir. You have the floor. 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much, moderator. I will start by introducing the Rural Electrification Agency as the implementing agency of the federal government with the responsibility of providing electricity to rural communities using both on-grid and off-grid solutions. So on-grid solution that like extension of the grid, and then off-grid such as mini grids and solar home systems and so on. And this is done through various programs and platforms. And one of such programs is the Energizing Agriculture Program, which in short is called, I'll just move to the second slide. Yeah, so the Energizing Agriculture Program is one of such programs under the REA, we call it the EAP in short, which was designed to uplift the lives of rural dwellers by focusing majorly on their economic activities, which is almost always agriculture. I'll go to the next slide. So one of the key objectives of the EAP is to stimulate the use of mini-grid by emphasizing on agricultural productive uses. And the approach we are taking is to convene teams, like teams of experts that would test different business models and debug different appliances and equipment across mini-grid sites. And another objective is to bring together like actors in both agri and energy spaces. We recognize that REA is majorly doing electricity and diving into agriculture. I mean, we have to bring in experts in agriculture as well, and convening these people to form something like a working group such that we combine resources and create like a pipeline of agriculture and energy projects, similar to what we do in rural communities, but this time around focusing more on the economic activities in rural communities. Now, both of these two objectives will be supported at the end of the day. It's not just talk and talk, but would have boots on the ground, and it will be supported by developing a set of pilot projects with the hope of scaling beyond the pilots by partnering with investment communities. Next slide. So we understand the importance of collaboration, and just like I mentioned, us doing electrification, it's what we do best. And when we go to these rural communities, what we normally see is agriculture. So in order to have this nexus between agri and energy, we thought there'll be a need for us to bring stakeholders together and form this working group on agricultural development and electrification. This component establishes like that working group that brings together data and use cases, carry out exercises to verify this data. This could be sites that are doing processing. This could be irrigation sites. This could be places where they do manual like processing or storage of goods, and then come up with suitable business models. And with that, we create a pipeline of energy agriculture development projects. And another collaboration that supports the EAP is the GEF, like that's the Global Environmental Facility under the UNDP that is funding the African Mini-Grid project, which is funding the implementation of some of these projects that we're doing. Next slide. So another component as well is the innovation accelerator. So nowadays, a typical off-grid solution like a mini-grid structure has a private developer providing electricity to communities. This could be maybe with a grant funding, this could be like a performance-based grants where developers do this on their own. And then there is also, and they face problems such as demand stimulation. For PUE, that the productive use of electricity to be.
You have just a minute to go.
Yes, thank you. So for that productive use of electricity to be enabled, we need like a manufacturer with a viable technology that works on mini grids and productive use businesses that will provide a private sector-led business model that works. These two are missing today, and that's why we're doing the innovation accelerator. And these are some of the themes that we've picked for the accelerator. Now looking at mini grid sites, there's the EV vehicle that will plug it into mini grids because extension workers rely on agents that use expensive motorcycles and they are not efficient. We're also retrofitting like diesel processors and putting like motors, the electric motors that will plug them directly into mini grids. We're looking at optimizing rice milling, oil palm milling. We're looking at plugging cold storage to mini grid sites as well. And the last slide is talking about focusing on irrigation. So with the EAP focusing on processing, we're also trying to enable irrigation farmers in rural communities with decentralized solar water pumps to help them farm all year round. The approach here is the same by collaborating with agricultural stakeholders and looking at some of these criteria that are listed here at the bottom. I think that's just the overview that I have. I'm looking forward to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's take note of the Q&A session to ask whatever questions we have. Thank you, Mr. Jubril, for a very wonderful presentation. We'll move straight to Victor Ogbonna, Head of Admin Cold Ops, and he'll be speaking to us on upscaling solar cold ops. Mr. Ogbonna, kindly, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I'll be speaking on upscaling solar powered cold ops in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So, okay, right. So in Nigeria, like we all know, 45% of food spoils due to lack of cold storage. This causes 93 million small farmers to lose 25% of their annual income. Next slide. Next slide. So, can you go back just one more? Yes. So our solution, which a couple of the stakeholders here are aware of, is the solar-powered working cold rooms, which we build, we maintain, and we manage for the 24/7 storage and preservation of perishables. Next slide. So our technical design is I'll say quite straightforward. But next slide, please. Okay, so our technical installation process is a bit straightforward. We provide rooftop solar panels which generate electricity that is connected to a set of deep cycle, long-lasting electric batteries. These batteries serve for small short-term energy storage and for supplying the auxiliary devices overnight. So the power generated is sufficient. Could you please go back? Could you please go back? Yeah. The power generator is sufficient to run the hubs in all weather conditions. So primarily we use for our refrigerant, we use RO290, which is a condensing unit that is very environmentally friendly, and it is the most suitable refrigerant, which is non-toxic and is free of ozone depleting properties. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we extend the shelf life of perishable foods from 2 to 21 days. Next slide. So apart from our solar-powered cold rooms, we are also into cold logistics. This is a very commercially viable mode of transportation, as it helps farmers and traders increase their output by eliminating food waste and ensures 100% of the food transported fresh from point A to point B, and we use it for every type of perishable produce. Next slide, please. Okay, so for us in this forum, we are currently looking at options for decarbonizing the agri-food transport subsector. Although our refrigerated trucks currently are powered by diesel, but we have developed strategies on drastically reducing carbon footprints from them. So one of the first options we have come up with is energy efficiency, which we are trying to look at adoption of advanced refrigeration technologies. This can lead to substantial energy savings from efficiency. We are thinking of switching from pure to mixed refrigerants, which will lead to reduction of energy being used for refrigeration from 16.3% to 27.2%. So we're also looking at adopting solar-powered engines for the trucks. This will be very expensive, but in the long run, to enable us to use clean energy and provide environmentally friendly option in running refrigerated trucks. So process management, the entire options, every other activity that we look at, this would practically involve combining and optimizing various processes within the sector to reduce energy intensity. Next slide, please. So the opportunities that are currently in the sector for scaling solar cooling, the most important one at the moment is improved income, and this income is mostly for the farmers. There's that option of them planting more, there's that option of them selling more, there's that option of them taking more produce and moving it down to the end users. There's also food scarcity and export potential as we grow, as the current government is putting in a lot of effort in maximizing our export potential. There's a lot of market for agri entrepreneurs to come on board and see how they can reduce food scarcity and see how we can push a lot of agricultural produce outside the country. So we are also looking at advanced technology. We are currently adopting efficient technology, which has helped us enhance cold chain operations. This provides us the opportunity for a low emission, cost efficient cold storage system compared to diesel power system. So proliferation of markets and supermarkets, and these are more avenues that people are creating every day to access this perishable food. So there's a lot of market, there's a lot of opportunities for upscaling solar cooling. Next slide, please.
1 minute more, sir.
Okay, so we've learned a lot of lessons over the years, lack of awareness on the part of on the demand side, lack of awareness on the part of the banks and other lenders, poor access to finance, high capital costs of cold storage technologies. Next slide. Okay, I was going to dwell a bit on this because this is very important in what we do currently. We've been able to save more than 50,000 tons of perishable food by using clean energy. We've increased income for farmers and retailers. We've saved more than 1 million tons of carbon dioxide. Next slide, please. Okay, so the policy actions are diverse, but the number one, consideration of environmental impacts of cold storage technology, understanding of cost, benefits, and the deployment methods of these cooling facilities, awareness campaigns, and targeted finance campaigns, access to large ticket financing. And there are many action points that both the development partners, governments, and the entrepreneurs can sit around the table and to implement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Bona, for that, should I say, mind-blowing presentation. Actually, you guys are the ones right at the face of the furnace, directly involved with the people that need the energy most. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Uzochukwu Mbamalu, the CEO of Manamus Electric, to speak to us on powering sustainable cold chains. Mr. Mbamalu, kindly, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Uzochukwu Mbamalu, and I'm the CEO of Manamus Electric. And we operate a cold storage business, which operates under the trade name Cold Box Store. So that's why we have been invited here to make this presentation. So I'll start with why. The first stage in every endeavor is to ask why this is important. About 90% of the operational costs of conventional cold storage is due to electricity. So this gives room for innovation. And these electricity issues are part of the reason why less than 3% of agricultural products that require refrigeration are actually refrigerated at the first mile. So it's an important problem to solve, because in developed economies, you have up to 94% being refrigerated at the first mile. The first mile is like the first aggregation points after the farmers harvest, and that leads to significant post-harvest loss. So yeah, solving post-harvest loss, like the speaker from Code House mentioned, is a very big problem. We are up to 50% of products are wasted. So we now have an opportunity in sub-Saharan Africa to build net zero cold chains from the ground up. Since our cold chains are non-existent, building net zero cold chains is very easy and straightforward. Next slide. Design consideration. When designing a cold storage solution, we have four main things we care about when we are trying to build, as we call it, temperature-controlled aggregation centers: energy consumption and efficiency, energy storage, sustainable energy, that is the means of generating the energy, and of course, economic viability, to be sure that the agricultural activities there pays for itself. So energy consumption and efficiency. Some of the key factors which we factor in during our design is high performance insulation. We try to make sure that our cold storage facilities or temperature controlled aggregation centers are very insulated. That way they cool down really quickly. And when it cools down, the cold is stored within a confined space such that it does not escape. And that way you save less energy cooling down the system. We don't have a scenario where energy is used for cooling and then due to lack of insulation, that energy is wasted. Thermostats, this is also an interesting approach to trying to reduce the energy costs, where thermostats are what, if for instance, you're trying to cool down, let's say, tomato in a storage facility to 8 degrees centigrade. When it gets to 8 degrees centigrade, the thermostat cuts off. Then of course, the insulation system tries to maintain that for as long as possible before you need to kick up the cooling again. Variable frequency drives. Of course, the main energy consuming component of our clean energy of cold storage systems are the compressors. So there are innovative technologies in compressor designs like the VFDs, which can help to reduce the energy consumption of the compressors. Then of course the refrigerants, people take this for granted, but using the right refrigerant can actually reduce your energy consumption by up to 50%. And you see scenarios where the same system, the same compressors, the same everything, just by using the wrong refrigerant, you find yourself having double the required energy consumption. Refrigerant is also very key important I'm so sorry. I think I was lost for a minute. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I apologize.
You need to speed up. You just have 2 minutes more.
Okay, no problem. So monitoring, you monitor to make sure your system is always performing optimally. Then of course you need to determine the application of the system. So you're sure that the energy consuming needs, you are sure of how much energy you need to generate. So next slide. Yeah, so energy storage, the two main types of energy storage we use are either batteries or cold thermal storage. So depending on the application and the budget, that determines the energy storage and the design. Next slide. Yeah, so for energy generation, solar is the main component. Then because we have off-grid solar, we have mini-grid connected solar where we connect the cold storage to mini-grids. Then of course, there's a huge biogas opportunity in mini-grid in aggregation centers because we still tend to have some form of waste which could be used in biogas generation. And this biogas is very popular for drying applications in Nigeria, which of course you find drying going side by side with cooling. Then economic viability, of course, productive use, food economics, energy economics. These are things we look deeply into to be sure that the system is able to pay for itself, that is pay for both the cooling and the electricity involved. So next slide. Recommendations, and we need to improve education of the farmers at the first mile because they are the ones who will take advantage of the sustainable cold chains and be able to unlock value. Improve sector coupling of energy and agribusiness cold chains because you will notice that the energy industry operates in a silo. The agribusiness cold chain operators operate in a silo. So the sector coupling needs to be improved. We need to improve support for local manufacturing and assembly. That way we have more service providers in the sector to plug the cooling gap we have in the industry. Educate financiers and development partners that cold chains is a market creating innovation because it creates a market for electricity, it creates a market for e-commerce, it creates a market for cold transport, it also creates several other markets because as we all know, markets are not found, they are created. And cold storage is that solid foundation upon which several industries can be built upon. Then we have to improve the local refrigerant industry so that the climate-friendly refrigerants are readily available. Sometimes companies have access to the right technologies to be able to achieve net zero, but yet they do not have access to the refrigerants to use. So they still fall back on using the conventional refrigerants that are not so environmental friendly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Uzochukwu Mbamalu. Honestly, I wish we had more time because, like they say in Brooklyn, the thing they sweet me. But unfortunately, because of time, we'll have to stop you there. But you have an opportunity to say a little more during the question and answer session. Thank you very much. And we'll go to our last presenter, Mr. Babajide Oluwase, the founder of, is it Eco22 or Eco22? Well, you let us know. And they'll be speaking to us on affordable solar cooling for Afri-Food systems. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So it's pronounced as Eco22. So basically, we're in the business of designing, deploying affordable and reliable cold chain solutions, particularly for businesses in agriculture and the health sectors. From the first mile to last mile of service delivery, we are enabling businesses to be able to deliver on their value proposition. Next slide. So I would start this with the uncomfortable truth that many of us are probably at some point in time, that while we are working so hard, I mean, by we now, I mean globally, we're working so hard to increase the amount of food that we produce without paying the same attention or as much attention to how do we preserve the one that we even produce. So ensure that it's optimized and that we're able to get it around to people that need it. Next slide. And this brings us back to the reality of, I mean, this number has been overbeaten times and times again of how 45 to 50% of the food that we produce in Nigeria, as well as many other developing countries, don't even get to the table of final consumers like you and me. And it's because this number didn't make sense to us. That's why we sort of started on this journey. So I want to talk about the cold chain value, the cold value chain, and the role for affordable cooling solutions here. But it's also important for us to understand that cold chain, it's a network, right? It's connected. So there's no standalone solution when we really want to deal with the issue of cold chain. And that's why we have this graphic up here, talking about like from harvest to the cooling till it gets to marketing and consumption. There's need for cooling infrastructure at every point in this value chain. And this is like the outlook that we run with at Eco22, understanding that it's a value chain thing. I mean, we don't plan to build all the solutions that we would need from farm till it gets to doorstep of final consumer. This is where, in the course of our operation as well, we also are very big on collaboration. We pick our parts, and then we also collaborate in areas where we don't plan to cover. And then we now build like a sort of monitoring infrastructure that help us be able to, that create visibility for us from the point of harvest till it gets to doorstep of consumers. Next slide, please. And yeah, so talking about the cold chain opportunity and what we at Eco22 have been doing. I mean, so we design, develop, and deploy some of these solutions, like I mentioned. So we can see cooling trucks there, which is currently, of course, diesel powered. We can see a solar powered cold room. We can see our mobile cooling bikes, boxes on bikes, and then we can see our enables us to visibility of our produce or customers' produce that is being moved from the point of production till it gets to the doorstep of the off-takers. Yeah, so these are like some of the comprehensive value that we bring into this space to solve or to address the issue of post-harvest losses. Next slide. So, I mean, if you are thinking, so cold chain, why is it important for us? I mean, for some of us that might be aware, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves again that, I mean, having an efficient system across the value chain, right, has a lot of benefits. I mean, talking about increasing shelf life of produce by weeks, right, typically from like 2 to 3 days to running in over 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Ensuring temperature control. I mean, this produce requires different temperature for them to be properly preserved. And I mean, having this cold chain infrastructure help you to be able to control that as a business person, especially. And also, when you are able to eliminate waste at the post-harvest point, of course, you're able to increase your revenue and by extension, your profits. And of course, increase market access, typically where some of these produce are unable to get to, or the kind of market that businesses can typically address, because you're able to put your produce in the right condition. You're able to tap into this market, and of course, improves quality, which speaks to the health and nutritional value of even the food that we consume as a people and as a country. Next slide. Yeah. So next slide. Yeah. So this is where, so the bulk of my conversation where like I'll really be focusing on. I mean, the previous speakers from Code Hubs as well as from Manamos had like talked a bit extensively about the technology side. There are different technology sides being deployed to provide cooling solutions to people out there. But if we look inward, I mean, we realize that we are not really in debt of technology, right? What exactly is the issue is about how do we get this fantastic technology to individuals and businesses that need it the most for them to keep their operations going. And so we look at like the ownership models that we can use or that can be used in assessing these cold storage services. So the first is approaches, right? I mean, this is for individuals and businesses with a bit of deep pockets and that find the extensive need for this cold storage infrastructure. So they're able to afford outright deployment for this solution. Then the next one is the group purchase, which we drive strongly at Eco22 by working with clusters or cooperatives or maybe association of aggregators or farmers, where they come together to own their cooling infrastructure, right? So that way, the weight on individuals is way, way lesser. And because of managing such infrastructure is easier on them. When this set of people are not using this infrastructure, other people are using it. The bit of cooling as a service also comes in. And I think you want to go to the previous slide. So I can see the updated slide is not the one that is being displayed. So there's a part that speaks to recommendation, which is like the practical things that we have learned that we can do as a sector to improve access to cold storage infrastructure to businesses. So the first point is for the Nigerian code action plan that was launched in September. I think it's high time that we all come together as stakeholders. So we, the technology companies, businesses in this value chain, financiers, it's high time we all come together to identify how can we, yes, thank you. So how can we drive this plan? We have a lot of interesting plans, fantastic plans going on out there, but how can we as sector players drive this NCAP? How can we drive the Nigerian Coal Action Plan? So the benefit of businesses that is being affected. Thank you. Second point is investing in research and development. So there's always room for optimization. There's always room for development, for improvement in terms of how our technology itself delivers its value. Investing in infrastructure. So like I said, cold chain is not a standalone. Other things that needs to come in place that ensure that cold chain infrastructures are able to thrive. For the logistics bit, our road needs to be intact. That way we are able to spend less cost on operating and managing our logistics fleet. If not, then we spend a lot of what is supposed to be our margin and profit fixing or maintaining this infrastructure. Then building innovative business models. Like what Kodos is doing, what Manamos is doing, what we are also driving at our end as well. Providing assets on a cooling as a service basis where customers don't have to pay any higher upfront cost. They just pay a token when they have things to store. We need this to go at scale. And the only way we can really drive it at scale is if we're able to unlock the kind of patient capital that help us scale on this infrastructure and provide these services for businesses. Thank you very much, and I'll be here to answer questions we have on how we're delivering service. So yes, technology offers this generation the opportunity for us to improve our food system, and then everyone have a role to play in this part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babajide Oluwaseyi, for that paper on affordable solar cooling for agri-food and EcoTutu. Should I call it your baby? I hope that baby will mature into something really tremendous. We're going into the question and answer session now. If you have any questions, it would be good for you to put the name of who you want to answer the question, bearing in mind the similarities of what each person has presented. And you go to slido.com hashtag NEF2022, slido.com hashtag NEF2022. But before, while people are still sending in their questions, I would like to throw one or two questions to those that have spoken. I think the first person I'd like to throw a question to is Mr. Mohammed Jubril of the Renewable Rural Electrification Agency. Well done for all the great work that the REA is doing. How is the REA spreading information to stakeholders concerning this agri-food systems initiative? How is it spreading information to stakeholders so that people can be energized? Secondly, I have a question for you, Babajide. Babajide, thank you for really mentioning NCAP. NCAP, you said that is the Code Action Plan. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? And also let us know financing of the cold storage. Can you tell us really what financing model works? What financing model works for it so that where people can really dovetail into financing for these innovative products. Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So because REA is a government institution and because we chose the path of collaborating with many stakeholders, we formed that working group to be like a test for us. So an example is we enrolled the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and with it comes the FADAMA, the appeals, with it comes like agricultural development projects within the states. And we utilize the promotion that they do within their organizations to say, okay, we want the data of all the rice processing facilities that are enabled by government, for example. And then we leave it to them to coordinate within their cycle, within their stakeholders, and give us a list, a robust list of all these facilities. And then we start to work with them as well, using their agents, using their staff to carry out energy audits and so on, go through the whole processes and exercises to pick and shortlist these projects. But we also use commodity interest groups. So another example is maybe Rice Farmers Association as well. And we get to ask them similar information, and we get like a big list of these sites that we can enable. We speak with state governments, we speak with associations like the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. I know there is a lot of stakeholders out there, and it's impossible for us to reach everyone, but we've picked some of these enablers, and we're expecting that working with them would allow us to reach as far as we can. But essentially, at the end of the day, what we want is to have a range of data that would inform us on the best, on the problem on ground, and the best practices to go on, and where to take the solutions for. So these are the kind of measures we took in trying to reach out to stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. While you're at it, there's a question for you. He says, does the REA-RMI project consider agri-food manufacturing hubs? How can large projects engage with the opportunity? I think that's for you.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. So again, looking at the pilots that we're doing, and we're collecting all the data that we can, and we're collaborating with almost every stakeholder that wants to work with us. The aim for us is to still maintain this within the rural electrification and rural community context. So venturing into agriculture and energizing agriculture doesn't take us away from rural electrification. So there are a lot of manufacturing hubs within urban areas that had reached out to us. But for now, we try to look at peri-urban areas and rural areas because we want to see the impact on rural communities. And that's one of the challenges that we have. And the scope also is looking at small and medium-sized enterprises and not venturing into large projects that can exist, like that doesn't face a lot of risks as the smallholders do. So yes, we can engage food manufacturing, hubs, production, processing, cold storages, and all other forms of storages, but within that rural context, and also trying to plug it in with some of these projects that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that answers your question, whoever asked the question. Mr. Babajide Oluwaseyi, could you just tell us a bit about the NCAP?
Yeah, so the NCAP is it's a policy that was unveiled sometime in September by the federal government through the Ministry of Environment. And the whole goal of this plan is to create a pathway for Nigeria's transition into low global warming potential, as well as energy efficient technologies. Basically speaking around how we assess cooling as a country. From the air conditioner systems that we use at home and in open places to cooling infrastructure for preservation. So what this policy is pushing for is that we're able to transit from the high the high energy demand cooling technologies that we're using decades back till this, and then transitioning into a low consumption energy technology as well as energy efficient technology. This is good for the environment as well as is good for the social well-being of the people. The critical parts for me, because from the whole unveiling thing that I've seen, from my own understanding of this so far, is just, so I basically see the government trying to encourage the private sector to look in this direction and start creating like a rebate for those that are looking to adopt the latest technology, and then giving in the old cooling technologies, of course, which require high energy for it to work. So the government is sort of encouraging rebates between the users and then the private sector that are providing this technology. I think we need to get more granular in terms of how we want to drive this. Not just saying, oh, this is good for the environment or it's good for the ozone layer. We also need to look at critically, what does this mean in terms of the social and economic well-being of the people, and what measures are in place to encourage the private sector, right, to really drive this in terms of economic benefit, of course, and maybe waivers that would enable these businesses bring in energy efficient cooling infrastructure into the market. And then the second question you ask is around financing. For financing, this is still like a big thing for us that we're also trying to crack. There are different financing options available out there for us to deploy services like cooling as a service to smaller businesses or to smaller farmers.
Can you give us some numbers in terms of
some cost? Numbers of what?
In terms of cost, for instance, so if I wanted to acquire a cold storage for my village, for instance, what kind of numbers are we talking about?
So in terms of the cost of deploying such cold storage, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So you would look at the range of between 8 to 12 million naira for like a typical 3 metric ton solar powered cold storage infrastructure. So between 8 to 12 million is what is required for you to be able to deploy this. In most cases, not a lot of individuals are able to sort of quickly provide these funds for this deployment to happen. And that's where some sort of innovative financing is now coming into place. For example, the lease to own model, where we work with the financier and then a customer that requires this infrastructure. So we sort of hold both sides together. We come in between to provide the infrastructure, and then the customer gets to pay for this or gets to service this lease for over an agreed period of time. And then, of course, once it gets past that period and then the total lease amount has been covered, then the customer gets to own the infrastructure 100%. This is still not getting the kind of traction that we want yet, but we'll say we're making progress in that regard.
Thanks so much. I believe that answers one of the questions already on this slide, which is about exactly this NCAP. So moving on, can we, it says, can panel discuss benefits and supply chain aspects of AC or DC type cooling equipment, condenser, evaporator, compressor? Let me throw that to, I don't know who can answer that question out of the 3 or the 4 panelists, but maybe you can help us, Mr. Uzochukwu. Mr. Uzochukwu, can you help us, Mbamalu, with that question? AC versus DC, condenser, evaporator, compressor. Just give us a kind of technology overview that works in a minute.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Interestingly, when we started designing our cold box stores, our pilot designs were actually DC. Though we ended up implementing AC because it was easier for us to get the AC components within Nigeria. Probably because at that time we were just getting started and we didn't want to get involved with any international partners, because of course the DC components can sometimes tend to require less electricity. But that was, of course, and we also realized that the DC components work best from our own experience anyway in scenarios where the the cooling requirements is not so significant. When you now start trying to work with like deep freezing, like trying to get freezing to -20, -40, I feel the AC, we observe that the AC components have been more significantly developed. The technology has been more developed. Then another component we were also worried about was cost, because we noticed that one of the major strategies that would enable us scale cold storage is being able to work with like the mini grid operators or the solar plant operators, just like the Energizing Agriculture program he was talking about with the RMI. We just signed the contracts for it about a few days ago. So we are participating in that program. If we are operating DC infrastructure, it may be difficult for us to do so, considering our cold storage will be tied to mini grid switch power, not just our cold storage. Even though our cold storage provides base load, it would also power homes around. So it's easier for us to be able to build like mini tied cold storages if we have AC components. So for us, eventually we preferred AC components because the components were easier to find, and because we are not just focused on fruits and vegetables, we are also doing livestock, we're also doing fish. So we just wanted something that would be easier for us to do. Then of course, the different technologies like maybe upcycling existing equipment. It was just easier to manage for us, AC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, this discussion is becoming really interesting, but we must bear in mind that we have a time limit. So we will not be able to take any more questions beyond the ones that have been presented. And we have 2 questions now. The first one is, can PUE solutions be piloted under EAP components? I guess that goes to Mr. Mohammed Jubril. And then we have a question that says, can cold hubs, this is directed to you, cold hubs. That is Mr. Victor Ogbonna. Can cold hubs provide more insight on the pros and cons of cooling trucks and logistics opportunities? So we'll take those 2 questions very quickly, 1 minute each, and then we'll round up the session.
Thank you. So for agricultural productive equipment, like I mentioned, the accelerator, and I think that's what Mbomalu, the previous speaker, was talking about, has chosen the accelerator, the innovation accelerator has chosen like 5 themes, and I went over some of them during the presentation: electric vehicles, rice milling equipment, some oil palm, cold storages, and so on, have been chosen and are being piloted now under like 5 different mini grids, and we hope to scale those to a number of additional mini grids when the solutions has been tested and debugged. But we're also looking to discuss like more equipment and see how important they can be within like different communities and the mini grid companies that are within those communities. And I think another opportunity within the REA that is not just for agricultural productive use equipment, but general like productive use equipment is a component under the African Development Bank funded Nigerian electrification project that is looking to solve the problem of demand stimulation in mini grid sites as well by providing some of this equipment. So yes, I think there is an opportunity within the REA to discuss some of these PUEs and see how we can take them on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jubril. Last question to Victor Ogbonna.
Okay, thank you very much. The pros outweigh the cons, but I would like to start with the cons. And right now, because of the capital intensiveness of the project, we can't fully switch to solar powered engines. So we are currently running on diesel engines. Yeah. So and there's more pros, like I've said. We see what we do as helping farmers and traders and business owners increase their output. When you transport anything with us, that produce is preserved 100% for you from beginning to the end. So there's a big market for that right now because the agricultural sector is growing every day, and coupled with government intervention. So a lot of the produce farmers still prefer sending their produce through raffia baskets and those open trucks. Yeah, but with our refrigerated trucks, we have explained a lot to them that we still offer the same service at almost the same price and that you transport through the open vans. Whereby when your produce reach the end, more than 50% of them would have been destroyed. Yeah, so and our trucks offer adjustable temperature from sub-zero to ambient temperature. You know your produce is very safe with us. Yeah, so the benefits outweigh the cons. Yeah, so it's something I would encourage every farmer, every agricultural person out there and to look into. Moving the produce through refrigerated trucks so that we see how we can eliminate food waste in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question I've been brought to my notice that there's a question that we left out, which has to do with a request that what local and sustainable refrigerant options are available. What I think Mr. Uzochukwu should be able to answer that. Mr. Uzochukwu, can you help us with that? Since you spoke a bit about refrigerant.
Yeah, thank you. I think when it comes to the impact on the environment for refrigeration systems, the two main causes of GHG emissions in refrigeration systems are the refrigerants and the electricity. Of course, around 70% of emissions due to refrigeration systems in developed countries is from electricity, which we are solving with solar and partnerships with organizations like the REA. Then the remaining 30% is from refrigerants. So in developed economies, some of the most popular refrigerants, like there's one called R22, there's one called 404A. Those are easily available in Nigeria, and a lot of developed economies are beginning to ban them. It's difficult to ban them in our countries, in a country like Nigeria, because if you try to design some of the modern compressor technology, use some of the modern compressor technologies that require some of those natural refrigerants, that's a lot better. You find out that you wouldn't be able to find the local refrigerants in Nigeria. We'll just find more of 22 and 404 here. But it's not like the ones we have are so bad, because the thing about refrigerants is the two main indices to check are the global warming potential and the ozone depletion potential. That is the GWP and the ODP. So 404, for instance, has the ODP of 0. So it's not so bad. That's for commercial refrigeration anyway. But of course, when you come to smaller systems, we have the regular refrigerants that is in our inverter compressors, like the 134 and the rest, which sometimes for commercial systems you may not really find those that are suitable. So those are just the challenges we are trying to overcome in that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank our panelists. In fact, I need to comment that this panel session is like we just scratched the surface. I'm sure the Nigerian Energy Forum will provide further opportunities to explore this far-reaching topic, which is energizing the agri-food chain. I want to thank Mohammed Jubril of REA. Mr. Jubril, please, I think your email needs to be circulated. You are a very important person. You're sitting on something really, really significant. So I think that email needs to be circulated. Victor Bona, Head of Admin Code Hubs, thank you so much. Uzochukwu Mbamalu, CEO, Manamus Electric, thanks so much. And of course, Babajide Oluwase, founder Equity. Thanks so much. I want to thank our listeners and participants for your questions, and listeners who have taken time to come around to be a part of this session. And on that note, I say a big thank you to NEF for the opportunity, and till the next opportunity, God bless you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. And I put my email address on the chat box as well. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Thank you very much for that high impact energizing agri-food panel, Engineer Makinde.
I can only say wow. Honestly, so much deliver within such a very short time. Big kudos to panelists. Of course, you can see they have so much more even to deliver, but we are constrained by time. And of course, the moderator himself as well. And listening to the questions even from him, you know, of course, he's also been very busy in that terrain as well. I will say a very big thank you to moderator for this session, and of course, the panelists as well. And of course, the question and answer session have been taken as well. So I think without much ado, we just want to dovetail into the next power session, the next plenary session, which is on clean power to green hydrogen workshop. It's going to be by GIZ, German Nigeria Hydrogen Office. The moderator is going to be Gina. She's been here a long time, and I would really appreciate you for your time and your presence. Gina Elisa Laguns Diaz. She's the head German Nigeria Hydrogen Office. She's going to be the anchor for this session. Of course, there are going to be presentations from different individuals in this regard as well. The Director of African Green Energy Hydrogen Partnership, Professor Bamidele Adebisi, is going to be speaking to us on what is green hydrogen and why does it matter. Then Jennifer Anya, the Operations and Maintenance Lead, Husk Power System, is also going to be coming up with our own presentation as well. Then we're going to be having Ofonama Achibong, Advisor on Hydrogen Ramp Up, GIZ. And of course, part of that session as well, we're going to be having Chijoke Mama, MD Meracorp Nigeria Limited. So without much ado, let me cede the floor and hand over the microphone to Gina. Gina?
Thank you very much, Adekunle. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the NEF team for this amazing event that has been very interesting so far. I think you can hear me well, right?
Very well, yes, Gina.
Okay, thank you. So as introduced, my name is Gina Lagunas. I am the head of the German Nigerian Hydrogen Office, which is part of a project called Global Hydrogen Diplomacy, which is financed by the German Federal Foreign Office and implemented by GIZ. And what we do in Nigeria is we support the political dialogue surrounding green hydrogen by stakeholder engagement, by getting all the stakeholders, getting the main stakeholders from public and private sector, academia, and civil society engaged in the conversation. Also by preparing studies that provide a foundation for this conversation, and providing capacity building also for public and private sector and academia, and also by providing advisory to create an enabling framework for a green hydrogen industry in Nigeria. So that's about the German Nigerian Hydrogen Office. And without much further ado, I would like to introduce Professor Bamidele Adebisi, who is the director of the African Green Hydrogen Partnership, to give us a presentation on clean hydrogen and why it matters. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I was going to be sharing the slide myself. I thought that would be possible. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As been introduced, my name is Bamidele Adebisi. I'm a director in charge of smart infrastructure and industry at Manchester Metropolitan University. My area of research is intelligent infrastructure, and that's where I got my chair, my professorship. I'm also a director at the African Hydrogen Partnership based in Mauritius. Next slide. So basically, what I'll be talking about is just to give us a background of what hydrogen is all about. And yeah, and then we see how it goes with the time that we have. But, you know, I think most people we know who have heard about hydrogen before. Hydrogen, right from most people that did their secondary school in Nigeria in integrated science on the periodic table, it's #1 element of the periodic table. So actually it's made up of the entire universe, the mass of the universe, 75% of it is made up of hydrogen. So hydrogen is everywhere, but hydrogen is highly, what do you call it? It's something that is very highly reactive. So by that, it means it connects with other elements to form a compound, and that is why it's difficult to find it on its own. You can say it's very clingy. But what is good about it is it's highly combustible, because as an element, it means if you kind of put it, it catches fire easily to produce heat and energy. So it's very good in that sense. But because of its reactivity, you need great amount of energy to be able to break it from any compound with which it connects itself. The name hydrogen actually comes from the old concept of the fact that when hydrogen combines itself with oxygen, you have water. So hydrogen means maker of water. Hydrogen, generating water. So whatever that you use to actually break hydrogen from its compound, that is what differentiates one hydrogen type from the other. And that is why we have several colors. So I've just presented 4 major colors today. So the first one is brown hydrogen. Brown hydrogen, you get it from coal, fossil kind of fuel, through a process called gasification. I mean, this is great, it's been going on forever. So it's not new in itself. What is wrong with this is the whole story about carbon emission. So it's not good for the environment. Then we have gray hydrogen, which is made through natural gas from a process known as steam methane reforming. Again, it produces maybe less carbon dioxide than the brown hydrogen, but it's not good for the environment. Then we have blue hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is when you have any of the gray or green, but you capture the CO2 that you have at the output, which is not good for you, and you try to store it in what is known as carbon capture and utilization. You store it underground or you utilize it in a different way. So it's low carbon. You still have some carbon dioxide, but it's not so high. But you know, today we'll be focusing on green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is just hydrogen that is produced from renewable energy sources, which means there's no CO2 at all. Next slide. So you kind of produce this through a process of electrolysis. So you apply electricity from renewable to an electrolyzer, and it breaks, and then with water, so it breaks the water into two. You have hydrogen from one side, and then you have oxygen on the other side. That's basically what it is. So today you only have about less than 1% of hydrogen in the entire world. It's green. Then, you know, the opposite of that is fuel cells. So because if you have hydrogen, how do you convert it back to electricity or heat? Well, you just need to pass it through a system, an electrochemical system called fuel cell. You pass a hydrogen through it, and what you get at the outside will be heat, electricity, and water. So it produces electricity without combustion. And that is why you use the same process also for in vehicles. You have hydrogen, and that hydrogen is used to drive the vehicle without any combustion. Next slide. So, I mean, why is hydrogen so important today, particularly the green hydrogen? Well, the green hydrogen is very important because the world needs to decarbonize. You know, we signed the agreement, you know, the United Nations, everybody's talking about it. And hydrogen is seen as a key energy transition pillar that's been, you know, talked about over and over and again. And because of that and many other factors, there's been a global shift in terms of regulation, investors, and many people are putting a lot of money into this. There's unprecedented interest and investment. So you can see that on the graph. So the consumption for energy generally will continue to increase, and there's nothing that is going to stop that from what we can see. So what we need to do is to then consume smartly, consuming green energy. There's also another good thing about energy outlook, which is renewable energy costs are actually falling. Because 50% of the CapEx for hydrogen actually comes from renewable that you use to power the electrolyzer. Electrolyzer sales are coming down drastically. That this is coming from Europe, America, particularly from China. And again, you see that the strategy being drafted when it comes to hydrogen strategy across the world are increasing all the time. Last year was about the year before 13, 26 last year. As at this year already, it's more than 22. So, and there's so many other countries that are developing strategies around hydrogen. Next slide. So now I just want to just a bit basic statistics about hydrogen, and maybe that makes it slightly different from other fuel. So to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you need, so 1 kilogram of hydrogen will give you 33.6 kilowatt of energy. And to produce that, you just need over 24 hours, you need 1 module of electrolyzer. But in order to produce this, you need energy, whether renewable, of about 39 kilowatt to 48 kilowatt to power the electrolyzer. And I mean, you can scale this up to as much as you want, but in the basic, 1 kilogram of hydrogen will give you 33.6 kilowatt hour at the output. But that electrolyzer will need 39 to 48 kilowatt hour of renewable. But you know, the conversion in terms of efficiency will depend on which electrolyzer you are using. The current electrolyzer that are out there will give you about 67% conversion. So those are alkaline and PEM electrolyzers. But there are electrolyzers that are currently being produced, like the solid oxide electrolyzer that has 80% conversion rate, although you need very high heats to make it work. Next slide. Another thing to pay attention to in terms of hydrogen is the fact that, okay, for, like I said earlier on, 1 kilowatt of hydrogen gives 33 1 kilogram of hydrogen gives 33 kilowatt hour. So, but if you compare that to diesel, it's just 12 to 14 kilowatt hour. What that means is that you have higher energy density. So you basically 1 kilogram of hydrogen will give you, whatever that will give you, you will need about 3 kilograms, about a gallon of diesel in a vehicle to make that happen. So this is an advantage in terms of hydrogen application. Next slide. So broadly, you know, this is what you call in the road ahead. How can we make this happen? This is a great idea, but you need a lot of infrastructure to make it happen. So we need to be, you are looking at hydrogen production at scale. But when you start talking about production, that is supply, but you need people to consume that. So you need hydrogen demand as well. So that demand and supply are very high. But in between, you need something to store that, you know, to help with a demand, just like you have with any kind of fuel. You also need distribution across the value chain. So you need infrastructure, massive infrastructure. The price needs to come down so that it's competitive. Then, of course, a lot of research and development that needs to be carried out, like to improve the efficiency of the electrolyzer, to make it a lot cheaper. then skill development, traceability to differentiate between one type of hydrogen and or the other. Next slide, as we, I know because of time. So this, I just put this out there to see different parts of the hydrogen value chain that require investment that you need to be thinking about, that, whether from production, conversion, then looking at electrolysis, the fuel cell, or the way you move hydrogen from one part to from producer to the consumer, using cylinders, using tankers, pipeline, shipping, and so on. The hydrogen storage, transport, and non-transport sector. And there are other sectors that not necessarily directly hydrogen, but you need them in terms of writing the training, marketing, financing, policy, and so on. Next slide. So again, to make it work, we need to be thinking about scale up. We need to be thinking about the whole economy of hydrogen. And this is where hydrogen value comes from. By hydrogen value or hydrogen economy, you are looking at ecosystem, a cluster that is located in a particular geographical location that brings people, companies, private sector, or government, producer, consumer of hydrogen, all of them together in a particular area, which really helps to cut costs so that you don't have to transport hydrogen produced over a distance, and it helps people to support one another. So this has been, tried all across the world, in the Netherlands, in Germany, in the UK. My university is working with one of the Caden, a big company in Manchester, for example, to deploy this. So we just got an agreement for that. Next slide. So yeah, hydrogen economy will help us to deploy this. So why Africa? Africa, because renewable, like I said, 50% of what you need to generate green hydrogen is actually the renewable. And we have that abundance here, whether wind or solar, and so on and so forth. But we have several challenges, which include the fact that we still need policy around it. We need to look at competitiveness of the cost of hydrogen. Next slide. Hydrogen is not just about hydrogen itself. It has derivatives, so it's not just the hydrogen as energy vector. We also have the fact that hydrogen can be converted to ammonia. Ammonia can be used for fertilizer. So you can have green ammonia, green fertilizer, synthetic fuel, and many other things that can come out of hydrogen. Next slide. So this is the final slide. Sorry, I'm rushing a bit because I know because of the time. So for us, as hydrogen partnership, this is the way we look at the market in Africa. So first, in the short time that the market is domestic, you want to actually use hydrogen to power domestic market in the base load or whether fertilizer. Africa is actually the least fertilized country in the world, which you can look up a report that I was part of the author. We wrote for COP27 about African, Africa hydrogen and so on. You can look out for that. But we kind of explain why we need hydrogen in Africa. It's not just about energy, it's actually to help the economy, not just about decarbonization itself, which is important. But so that's good for local markets. In the medium term, we are looking at companies abroad coming to Africa, companies that want to decarbonize in the steel, a high intensive sector. They come to Africa and they can use Africa as a place where they can get cheap green hydrogen to decarbonize their sector. And in the long run, we're looking at how can you produce hydrogen in Africa and then ship that abroad. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Bamidele, for setting the scene with this very interesting presentation and also for sticking to time. So now we move right over to our panel discussion. So Professor Bamidele will be part of the panel as well. And I would like to introduce, for the sake of time, I'm not going to read the profiles of the speakers, just their designation. but if you're interested, you can check on the NEF website for their profile. So here we have also Jennifer Anya, who is the operations and maintenance lead at Husk Power Systems. And we have Chijoke Mama, Dr. Chijoke Mama, Managing Director of Miracob Nigeria Limited. Chijoke, are you there? I guess he's having trouble with the connection. So we can already start.
Gina, I can hear you very well. Thank you for the
Okay, there
introduction.
you are. There you are. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so let's start just as a follow-up question to Professor Bamidele from your presentation. And please be very brief because we don't have much time for the discussion, but can you please tell us a bit more about the Africa Green Hydrogen Partnership?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So AHP is an African-wide partnership, so that connects the whole of the 54 African nations. So it connects people, particularly in the private sector, university, and so on. And so instead of you going to different countries to do business, you can actually go through African Hydrogen Partnership. Just a practical example, about 2 or 3 months ago, we went with delegation of various companies, from fertilizer, green fertilizer to electrolyzer and so on. And we went to the eastern part of Africa, so Somaliland to Tanzania and so on, taking them to government agency and to private sector over there. So that's what we do to help people start this kind of ecosystem of hydrogen value chain across Africa.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's very
our
important.
Website, you can just Google AHP, African Hydrogen Partnership. You'll see our members, they include Anglo-American, big Japanese bank, and people not just from Africa, not companies just from Africa, from across the world. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Very important to kickstart this this market and industry. So Jennifer, I wanted to ask you, what are the potential markets for green hydrogen and derivatives in Nigeria, and what economic advantages do you see that could lay ahead?
All right, just confirm you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes,
Okay,
but
good.
a bit low. Your voice is a bit low.
Yeah, is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So your question is, what are the potential markets for green hydrogen and its derivatives? As Professor Bamidele had earlier stated, he had mentioned the various types of other derivatives of hydrogen that we have at the moment, but specifically mentioning that green hydrogen is a derivative of renewable energy. And with that, that on one hand, we have gray, we have blue, we have green and the other types, right? And with gray hydrogen being the highest carbon intensity, then green being the very lowest. Bringing it down to the potentials in Nigeria, I would leverage on, I'll look at it alongside the geopolitical zones that we have and how very blessed we are in terms of natural resources, right? So for example, in the northern regions, we have very, very vast amount of solar and wind, which can be exploited for green hydrogen, which is like the cleaner version of energy essentially. And then we then have the southern region of Nigeria, which you can then leverage on blue hydrogen because of the abundant natural gas that we have. And I mean, with that, then in regards to the economic advantage that would then lay, we are currently exporters of gas. We very much have that in abundance here. So if we leverage on that, that automatically means that we might then have the opportunity to be able to then export this, leveraging on the off-takers as long as we have them readily available to us in the market. Then we can call for public partnerships and then also private as well.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And you already touched upon the next topic, which is the potential for export. So we have on the one hand the potential domestic market for green hydrogen and derivatives, and on the other hand the potential export market. So Chijioke, which implications and opportunities could the global demand for Power-to-X products have for Nigeria?
Thank you, Gina. So I do believe that Nigeria's current situation with respect to energy access, might make this an ambivalent question, because on the one hand, we are hugely endowed with natural gas resources, and Power-to-X solutions are to some extent in direct competition, with this pathway. So with Power-to-X, you have use of renewable energy in electrolysis to produce hydrogen, which now serves as a precursor, for a range of other commodities, most notably possible use in the production of fertilizers, through ammonia, which is also, in direct competition with natural gas. Currently, the primary pathway for urea production is through natural gas. So that's on the one hand, but that should not be the case. The reality is that, for me, answering your question directly, the opportunity is in the potential for decarbonization. So if Nigeria wants to aggressively pursue its nationally determined contribution and meet its 2060 targets in terms of the global, 2 degrees Celsius scenario, then it's important that Power-to-X solutions are domesticated, catalyzed and incentivized as well. Because if you compare that to the alternative, which is natural gas, you're fighting possible emission, even though it's lower compared to other fossils. You're also fighting the greenhouse, potential of methane itself, what we call fugitive methane. So Power-to-X for Nigeria should be a tool, for advancing our decarbonization agenda. And we mustn't look at it, from a competition perspective with respect to what we already have in an advanced industry such as natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chijioke. I agree that it's an unavoidable part of any serious decarbonization agenda, especially if we want to achieve net zero. Definitely, there's no way around Power-to-X fuel, so clean fuels. So Jennifer, coming back to you, and following on this this topic of potential for export, do you think Nigeria could take a role as an exporting country for Power-to-X products, and what is needed to move towards that role?
I do believe it's possible. Like I did mention before, if we look at the existing natural gas industry that we already have and where we stand in regards to already the contributions that we have with other nations in the market, I think that we do have a very, very strategic position, right? But then as regards to what we then need to then move that forward, I believe that it calls for like a collective partnerships with everyone. So this is referring to, like I did mention earlier, the private sector, which, bringing the investments and bringing the research and development, innovations, alignments, enabling environments, which would then come from the governments as well, enabling policies as well, and then even the consumers as well, because at the end of the day, you make products, if you're not close to the consumers, nobody's going to buy them.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a very important role for the private sector to play in moving this forward, and also for the public sector to support this. So, so Chijioke, in your opinion, so continuing on this topic, which incentives are needed to accelerate renewable power and hydrogen projects and infrastructure towards making Nigeria hydrogen competitive? And this, I know both Chijoke and Jennifer, you're part of a working group led by the delegation of the German Commerce and Industry in Nigeria, and that have been discussing this in depth. What are the needs of the private sector to continuing to move this forward? So Chijoke, can you give us some insights on your discussions?
Sure. Thank you once again, Gina. So there are several possible or necessary incentives, to kickstart a hydrogen economy in Nigeria. And but I think at this point, given the challenges you have, being that this is a yet to commence economy in quotes, you need to now rank these incentives, to see which ones should be of top priority to pursue. Theoretically speaking, the incentives you need aren't any more different from what is already in place for other industries, or production processes. So from an economic perspective, you want to consider possible incentives for hydrogen projects, such as tax holidays, such as tax exemptions. You might also want to be looking at duty waivers for equipment that are, targeted for hydrogen projects. You also want to look at VAT-related incentives for hydrogen projects. But in my own opinion, these are later stage incentives. They wouldn't help to kickstart the economy. So what then do you need to do? What are the lowest hanging fruits? On the one hand is capacity building, because for all the talks about hydrogen, if you do a survey in country about people's awareness and the presence of any hydrogen relevant skill, you might be surprised that it is next to nothing. So on that note, the greatest incentive is whether it's through public sector, interventions, or through public-private sector partnerships, but seeding the skills that are needed for a future hydrogen economy, promoting the knowledge beyond advocacy, hard skills, within schools, within the private sector, within technology communities and industry associations. That's one way to start. And because there is no pathway to no clear pathway to a profitable or viable hydrogen project in country, you might find that people are maybe reluctant to invest, in capacity building. So it becomes an opportunity for the government, if this becomes priority, to subsidize such trainings or even provide grants, to institutions or associations that are in a position to help advance the scale. That's on the one hand. Then on the other hand is also the regulatory framework, which we have spoken, about frequently. So we do know that Nigeria is lagging behind in terms of having a standalone and dedicated hydrogen strategy plan or policy. There are several existing energy policies in Nigeria that mentions hydrogen on a cursory note. Some elaborated a little bit. For instance, the energy transition plan, makes a very brief mention of hydrogen. The renewable energy master plan makes also a brief mention of hydrogen. But the Nigerian recently, approved energy policy by the Energy Commission does make a better mention, but not still elaborate. So you have hydrogen production targets. Most of these are aspirational, but we don't have dedicated, strategies and policies or regulations. We don't even have agencies that are empowered, to pursue this as a specific mandate. So the lack of this is creating a gap, which most investors may be uncomfortable with, because as I always say, the framework has to be there for the shovel to be on the ground and for you to attract or rally necessary financing for hydrogen projects. So there are lots of things you could do, but for me, top priority, advance, domestication of the skill or acquisition, as the case may be, provide a satisfactory regulatory framework for potential hydrogen projects. And once you do that, then you can come over that to begin to put the economic incentives, financing enablements and other things that you need to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chijioke, for mentioning this, especially because this is exactly what we are doing at the Hydrogen Office. We provide capacity building, and we also are supporting with studies and with advisory to prepare an enabling or to create an enabling framework for hydrogen in Nigeria. So thank you very much for this advertising opportunity. And also regarding capacity building, Professor Bamidele is very well experienced in that. And Professor Bamidele, you and I agree that that innovation is going to be one of the main drivers to push the hydrogen industry forward, especially considering that we still need a lot of innovation to drive the price down and make it competitive with other types of hydrogen and other sources of energy, other types of energy carriers. So Professor Bamidele, how can we support research and innovation in hydrogen? How can we drive this?
Yes, I think like Dr. Mama said earlier on, I think it's just something that we need to be deliberate about. It's something that needs to be planned. So we need to have like, when people, so money kind of follow vision. So sometimes policy is not just a rule to tell you this is what you must do. It's a guide for people to know that, well, at least you are thinking about it and it's important to you. So even within the policy, it's not just a policy about structure. You could have policy about skills development. So like in my region in the UK, Greater Manchester has not just policy on hydrogen, but even specifically policy on hydrogen skills development. Because what you can put a spin into the whole of this, that hydrogen then become an opportunity, not just about energy issue, but solving other societal issues. Can you train more people so that, okay, in the training, they work for energy sector, but they actually form an export side of the economy, because we have young generation that people may need all over the world. So there are many ways of looking at this, but we need to really train people to make it happen. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, we need to look at this in the long term. So when we are making comparison between hydrogen and other energy sources, we need to think about the fact that decarbonization has a target of 2050, in some countries 2060, like you have in Nigeria. And therefore, this is something that is going to be here for a long time. And in the course of that, there's going to be economy of scale, which will make the price really come down naturally. That's one. Two, how can we position ourselves so that actually in one part of the whole of the value chain or the sector, we are the go-to country, go-to sector. It will be in the Lagos side, it could be in the north, or one part of the nation who say, well, maybe we may not be the best at this, we want to be the best. You can look at Japanese, for example, compared to China. They're not really in the same market. Japanese are going very fast when it comes to go to fuel cell, but Chinese are looking at electrolyzer a lot more. So there's also security of supply. So let me just give you an example. Electrolyzer, the material that is used to make electrolyzer, there's a part of it, that actually costs almost half of the electrolyzer itself. It's so expensive, but the material comes from just one or two countries in the world. So if these two countries actually don't manufacture, don't give you or supply you this, then you don't have electrolyzer. So there are research being carried out in the world, like my center, my Manchester Fuel Cell Innovation Center. They are looking into using a different material that is very cheap and can be found anywhere. All right, so people are already working on that. What are we working on in terms of Nigeria? Which area do we think we can leverage in? Because like I said earlier on, 50% of the whole of this will come from renewable. Even though we're talking about hydrogen, if you're talking green hydrogen, you have to pay attention to solar panel, you have to pay attention to green, to wind, and so on. What are we doing about that? How do we intend to reuse the existing infrastructure? So we have pipeline for gas in the next X number of years, because Netherlands, I was in Netherlands about 2 months ago, they're already thinking ahead. how are they going to reuse their existing pipeline gas infrastructure, reuse it for green hydrogen? So these are the things that we need to have planned for, because once you have the policy and plans, then the businesses begin to look into that and they want to invest in Nigeria. So we might say there is no money, but actually the problem might not be that there is no funding. It might be that there's no plan. Because there's no plan, then people are not looking into what we have. So we have plan, we disseminate it, make people know about it. That's what Namibia actually did, and you can see how they are attracting a lot of investment all over the world, because they have, you know, even if they don't have a clear policy, they have this, what you can call political will. You see the president talk about it. You see they have a special minister or commissioner looking just specifically on hydrogen. They have a whole team of people with different expertise. They have, the university has, there's a university in Namibia, they have a sector with guy heading it, looking into specifically just on hydrogen for Namibia and how it's going to benefit the entire country. So we need something like that in Nigeria, and it's doable, something we can do. And like you said, you know, your office, you know, Gina, is already, you know, helping in this area. We just need to kind of make that more visible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree. We need a hydrogen strategy for the country that covers all of these aspects. So we are running out of time. So maybe just well, we have two questions in the Slido. So how easy is it to transport hydrogen to some Nigerian states with hot weather, and what type of storage materials are used for hydrogen storage in Nigeria? Maybe Professor Bamidele, can you take over this question?
Okay, you know, I spoke about hydrogen valley earlier on, and that is why, you know, storage is important, yes, but it depends on the application. So if you want to, like, let's say you want a green fertilizer, okay, there's no point having the solar panel, the 50% of what you need to generate the hydrogen, all right, is based in, there's no point doing it in Lagos and then transporting it to the northern part of Nigeria. The sun is actually in the north. So generate it in the north and use it there. And maybe what you are now transporting could be the fertilizer if you really need to transport. So storage, yes, there's storage at different level of scale all across the world that are currently being used. And I think you can have even, you know, people are looking at different capacity when it comes to hydrogen in terms of storage, but I'm not aware of a very high capacity hydrogen storage in Nigeria yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. So are there any green hydrogen pilots in Nigeria, and how is the H2 office supporting new pilots? So there are already a couple of facilities that produce green hydrogen in Nigeria, but these are older, and these were for what I know, they use it for cooling power plants, and well, that's actually it's only one I know. And how is the hydrogen office supporting new pilots? So this is a great question for our next presenter, who is my colleague of Onama Archibong from our new project that we are having at GIZ, which is called H2 Up, and he will speak a bit about this new project. Can we have the presentation, please? Thank you. Ofanama,
Okay.
the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Gina.
Can you guys
this
hear
is
me okay?
another.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Ofanama, we can hear you. I believe your 4-minute final pitch starts now, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to be introducing our new hydrogen project in Nigeria implemented by GIZ. As you can see, it's called the International Hydrogen Ramp-Up Program, or H2UP for short. Next slide, please. And going right right into it. The International Hydrogen Rapid Program H2UP is trying to work with the private sector to basically develop hydrogen pilot projects. So the last question that was just asked, this would be like an answer to that. So as you can see, we have three fields of action or focal points. The second one being the major target, which is developing hydrogen pilot projects on PPP basis. But to do this, we recognize that the market needs a little bit of some other, I would say, peripheral assistance and peripheral work. So that's why we have number one and number three. Number one is to help German companies and Nigerian companies match make them scouting for projects and possible pilot projects and project opportunities. Field of action three, number three is going to focus a lot on know-how and capacity development. A lot of that was spoken about on the panel, where there's not a lot of knowledge, not a lot of or even experience for that matter in green hydrogen, both on the provider side, which will be the developers, and also on the side of potential off-takers and local customers for these products when they are developed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So to go into it in a bit more detail. So for the field of action one, like I mentioned, we are doing a lot of networking and project scouting. So the aim is to match make German or European companies who are interested in developing green hydrogen projects in Nigeria on a PPP basis with the German government with this program in specifics, and match make them with the project opportunities here in Nigeria. So, or even potential collaborators, maybe other companies or institutions or even off-takers, as the case may be. So we're going to be doing a lot of work around also educating the market, because to have a functional market for these products, the market has to first of all know what we're talking about. Like it was mentioned, a lot of the people who would even use this, many of them probably don't even know what it is green hydrogen all about. So there'll be a lot of work around that, and then also like I said, bringing local companies together with these German companies or European companies to develop projects. Next slide, please. So we have field of action 2, which is the main focal point of the project, which is developing green hydrogen projects, and along the entire value chain. It's not just in the production or in the transport. Any value chain of the, or any part of the green hydrogen value chain is welcome. And just quickly, we have some information about the volume of grants or volume of public contribution from GIZ that is going to go into in terms of funding, go into this potential projects when they meet the requirements. Next slide, please. And so in any kind of relationship that's going to happen, the German or European company has to be the lead, and some certain other parameters, like they have to have had at least 800,000 euros annual turnover for last year, and must have been running for at least 3 years. So I think this presentation will be shared so you can go through it in more details. I'm out of time, so I'm just kind of skipping. Next slide, please. So lastly, on capacity development, like I mentioned, we'll be doing a lot of studies and work to support the private sector to help them understand what the both on the custom on the demand side and on the supply side. So we have developers, we have off-takers, we have, and everybody else in between. So making analysis, making studies, potential off-taker studies, and all, even business development, helping that knowledge gap to develop develop green hydrogen businesses and projects locally. And I think that's my last slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so you have my contact there. So if you want to know more, I'm sure this will be emailed to you by the event organizers. But if you want to know more, you can always reach me on there so we could have more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ofonama, and thank you very much, Professor Bamidele, Jennifer, and Chijioke for your participation. And thank you to the organizers, and good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Wow, thank you very much to the German Nigeria Hydrogen Office and the distinguished expert panel for stepping us through the opportunities in the clean power to green hydrogen sector. Wow. A big round of applause as well, Engineer Makinde.
You see, I'm really enthralled by the way these things were broken down in bits and pieces. You know, the way it's brought, low to layman's knowledge. Anyone can understand and appreciate all that have been dished out here in this particular session, this moment. And so we want to say a very big thank you again to Professor Bamidele. We also want to appreciate Jennifer. We thank Ofonama as well, Chijioke. Thank you so very much. And of course, the moderator herself, Gina, for a very wonderful job, well delivered. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Of course, the lines are still open. Slido is still there. Please, the questions can still keep coming in. And of course, just like it was shared with everyone, all the slides they will be available. Will be sent to our various email addresses. So thank you so very much, gentlemen and ladies. Dr. Dane, I think little by little, bit by bit, we're getting to the pinnacle, if you permit me to say that. We're getting to the peak, the climax of today's, day 2 of Nigeria Energy Forum, the 7th edition. And I can see the moderator of this particular session is very much here. She's itching to send us out of the microphone so that she can take over. Don't worry, we're going to see the floor to you very shortly, Kadijat, Dr. Kadijat. So, gentlemen and ladies, here we are. I want to appreciate everyone. I'm sure if some people have left, they want to come back now. They want to see what is going to happen now. We are talking about energy innovation competition. Of course, it's been on for 7 solid years, and I can assure you it's just getting better. It's just getting better. So this time around, the stakes have been upped again. They are higher. And we are privileged to have people from all over that are, panelists that have gone through, they have sifted through all of the submissions from all over. And today we are going to be hearing the final verdict from them. I think with that, let me cede the floor, the microphone to Dr. Kadijat Josie Adelaja, who is the head of Nigeria Energy Forum Communications. Dr. Kadijat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. My name is Dr. Kadijat Josie Adelaja, and I head the communications for the Nigeria Energy Forum. So this panel is all about our innovators. I would put it that way. They are innovators because they are bringing up ideas and solutions for the clean energy industry. I would go through the process of the competition. The Energy Innovation Competition, the Africa Energy Innovation Competition. This is actually the 7th edition. We started it in 2016. Was set out to find solutions to problems that we face with energy access. This year we put out the advert as well, and we got, entries from Nigeria, from Zimbabwe, from Mali, from very, very smart individuals who I must say are all winners. The competition, we have thank you for putting up the slides. I should have mentioned that you should put up the slides. Thank you. So in the first stage, we asked them to submit a one-page poster really talking about their entry and breaking down the idea so that we can see if it's something that is original, creative, if it's viable. We have a set of reviewers that go through these entries to see which ones are good and which ones are not suitable enough. And then in the second stage, we have the 2-page design brief. And in that 2-page design brief, they give us more detailed information, more about their plan for the project and the financial aspect of it. And then they also give us a 2-minute video pitch. And in that pitch, like in the last session where he was giving us a 4-minute pitch, it's not very easy, especially on even younger people, like to give a 2-minute pitch, but these people have done really good jobs. In our first stage, which was the 1-page poster, we had 2 reviewers who are Dr. Igazeuma. I'm not sure I pronounced your name right, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Dr. Igazeuma Okoroba. She's a sustainability expert. And we had Dr. Adedoyin Adeleke, who is with the International Support Network for African Development. And then in the second stage and the third stage is we had several experts that were in the review panel. We had Wisdom from Olon. We had Igazema again, Dr. Adedoyin as well. We had Dr. Adetomi. You can see that these people are all like doctors. They have their heads really screwed on right, I guess. We have Engineer Femi and Talatu, who is an independent energy consultant. The evaluation criteria was looking at their local content, the originality, the commercial viability, and the clarity, how well these people can pass on the information. So yes, if you go to the next slide, please, we can look at the top 7 entries that we received this year. We received the smart inverter system from Michael in Nigeria. In the second entry, these are in no particular order, by the way. Off-grid solar power DC LED lighting system by the Smart Home Arc team in Zimbabwe. There was the development of fuelless generator sets by the 4th One team in Nigeria. Energy efficient off-grid solar powered kiosk by the Solar Powered Hub in Nigeria as well. Light Ed by a Nigerian team as well. Smart mobile app solar generator by Ayobami Akindolu Ojo and EdPew Light Her by Edward Oladipopo. These were our top 7 entries after going through the review by our intelligent reviewers. So in this session, we are having a little discussion with these our reviewers. We have Dr. Igazeuma joining us in the panel session, Dr. Talatu, Dr. Adedoyin Adeleke, and Engineer Funshaw. So we're just going to have a little discussion on the process. I want the reviewers to give us, their own view about the process and also to advise, the young energy solvers, problem solvers out there on, how to better submit their proposals. So I would start with Dr. Igazeuma. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, Nigerian Energy Forum, and it's been very enlightening sessions. It was really an honor for me to be on this panel because Personally, I've been scouting. The business also has been scouting for ideas, so it was very interesting for me. I will just quickly spend my 3 minutes to share my feedback for all the amazing entries that we received. I think it was very commendable that they took the bull by the horn. So the process was, it was a good process. I really enjoyed it. The first poster that was shared by the candidates, I think I really appreciated the research level, the level of research, and the fact that they partnered with research institutes and the academia. For me, town to gown initiatives are always very good. So I'll just speak more to the 4 criteria for the selection, why we shortlisted them in the first, second, and third stages. For local content, generally, I felt that the originality and creativity, they were mostly in areas that were underdeveloped, so this was a good thing. There were existing areas, but they were mostly underdeveloped. And my observation was just that I was hoping to see other alternative sources of energy, but it was also mostly around solar. You know, so when we talk about hydrogen now, green hydrogen now, you know, there's so much that people don't know in that space, and it sounds like it's very complicated, and solar is much more straightforward. So we had a lot of solar initiatives, and I was also looking for solutions, local solutions that would be targeted, you know, not just for households and SMEs, but also for industry. Then on originality and creativity, I acknowledge the commercial considerations that were given, you know, especially to address the energy gaps. But I would have really liked our participants to have considered FX rate, inflation, you know, factors in things like the purchase of lithium batteries. You know, you have to infuse that into your originality if you're going to be importing parts of your solution or parts of the raw materials that you need. Then commercial viability also, I thought about, you know, the cost, the analysis that were done. It was good to see that you had actually checked the market, but like I said before, I don't think that a lot of our participants considered the inflation rate, because some of the prices of the raw materials stated may not apply today. So you always have to think about the margin of those kinds of things, and think about materials that will be locally sourced, you know, because of what we know. The research considerations, I would like to just advise our, you know, future participants to always think about gaps. Don't just share literature or say, for instance, Nigeria is poverty capital of the world, or tell us what everybody knows about the energy situation of great communities, all the stats that are out there. If you truly partner with a research institution, you should be able to show us some gaps identified. It's okay to say that a particular person found this out, and I'm trying to propose a solution that addresses that gap. Finally, on clarity, I think that some of the entries, you know, they sounded so interesting, and I wanted to see them in the next round, but they were not actually very clear. 1 or 2 entries like that, I was just curious to learn more. And then I said, okay, perhaps you should give them a chance to go to the next stage. But clarity is really important, because if it's not clear, even at the next stage, you just might not get ahead when eventually we realize that, oh no, that's not what I thought. So using illustrations is good, pictures, you know, of course, the video pitch as well really helped to improve clarity. And then I just have 4 tips, or is this 6 tips that I wanted to share for winning.
If you can shorten it though, I would really appreciate it.
No, it's
Thank
just
you.
phrases. It's just phrases. Be grounded in the technology, identify your specific market gap, solve just one problem. Don't try to solve too many problems at the same time. Try to always produce a prototype, infuse humanity, and communicate authentically, like you're telling a story to human beings and proposing the solutions that humans can use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gazeoma. That was really helpful. I hope that the candidates were listening. You know, this is not just even for the competition, but when you're, you know, developing proposals that are for human solutions, you definitely need to identify those gaps properly and also be human in your communication, like she said. So we'll go next to Talatu. Talatu is a sustainability expert and an independent energy consultant, sorry. So yes, we'd like to hear your views on the review. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Khadijat. Hello, everyone, to all my panelists, and thank you, Anya, for this opportunity. So I think it was a very interesting exercise to go through the entries, and I thought there were some very interesting entries. And I just want to say well done to everyone who submitted an application to this. I think it takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there. So well done for that. I'd like to highlight some of the interesting aspects that I saw across the entries. There was the use of, I saw that a few of the entries were focused on how to recycle and turn a lot of electronic waste that we have in the country and use them in their technologies. And I think that is very commendable, because if your technology is solving your problem, then it has earned some points. So that to me was very impressive as well. I saw a lot of interesting business models. I saw a few people, thinking of using women as sales agents. I think those people are very, very wise, because women have the capacity to drive a lot of businesses, because of course they're very good at communicating and selling off people's ideas. So once a woman uses a product and she says, I like this, she's able to communicate that to others. So that's another very interesting part that I saw here. And definitely something very commendable as well. There are also other interesting parts, like I saw that there was training incorporated. So a few of the entries thought about training the community. And to me, that is very, very essential in determining the impact of your product, in determining its sustainability. The moment you train the community on how to use this, on the importance, you've already started building a market that would spread and definitely increase the adoption of your technology. There were other interesting highlights. I'll also talk about a few things that were not very clear, like the first speaker highlighted. So there are some that, however, were not very clear in terms of financial projections. I think some people were being a bit safe about how they see the business growing, and that says to an investor or someone who's trying to look into your business that you're not very confident in your product. And it's important for you to be able to look ahead and say, based on the fact that I've gone through this and that, I'm able to make these projections and speak for the longevity, the sustainability of that particular product in the market. And so that needs to be looked into. Also, there's also the need to move away from the technicalities. Some are very technical. You hear, they're talking about the generators. We don't all know how these things work, but if you can interpret it and tell us how it's going to impact a particular area or people, and tell us also how we intend to change lives. I think the most important thing is that your solution should be able to make an impact and change the lives of people that would use it. So yeah, so those are just a few tips on how you should approach writing a winning proposal and putting your product forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Talatu. Thank you very much. So yes, we'll now go on to Dr. Adedoyin Adeleke, the founder of ISNAD. Adedoyin, could you let us know your opinion and your advice to participants in the future? Hi, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Maybe mute yourself again and unmute. Try that. No, unmute yourself, please. Still can't hear you. Apologies, everyone. I think Adedon is having some technical problems. So in the meantime, we would move on to Engineer Femi Olanio to get his own reviews on the process. Thank you. Is Engineer Femi Olanio not here? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm finally able to unmute myself. Thank you, Khadija, for once again carrying out such a flawless exercise. I'll just speak generally. I think all the participants showed a lot of innovation in this area. However, I think two really stood out. I won't mention their names, in combining the various opportunities of clean energy into a package that is also market ready. It's market ready. And I believe that ultimately those are the two that may turn out to be the the contending parties. The process was quite seamless. The videos were well shot, and generally, I think it's been a well contested competition. And I believe that whoever emerges the winner will really go a long way with the little funds we're able to contribute to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Olanio. Okay, so now I think Adedoyin's technical issues should have been resolved. So let's see. Adedoyin, can you say something? Let's see if we can hear you now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes, please let us know how you felt about the process.
Oh, good.
And your advice.
My computer failed, but my phone did not fail. All right. So it's my pleasure to join this forum, and congratulations, first of all, to the NEF team. It's been a journey, and I'm happy to see that this has been sustained over the years. So thank you very much and congratulations. Secondly, now to the project and the pitches, I was able to review them, and few things I like to say. One, I'd like to first of all praise all the teams, not just those who made it to the second round, but everybody. Because I'm speaking from Kenya in Nairobi, where we are having the EU-AU meeting workshop on the next agenda. And you can imagine that the focus is on innovation. It's called EU-AU Innovation Agenda. And really big activity coming up. And a lot of Nigerians are also here. And combining what the review I did here and what I've also seen here, I'm amazed, and sincerely, not just speaking about it, I'm amazed at the level of, at the chunk of innovation coming out of Africa in general. So seeing Nigerians coming up before some years back, when you talk about renewable energy, you talk about only a few people. You know, you talk about renewable energy in Nigeria, there are 3 names that will come up your head, and those are 3 names. But now there are so many actors that you don't even know where to. There's competition now coming up, and then technology has come to stay. So I'm happy that now we're not just talking about actors, we're talking about innovators from our own ecosystem, which is fantastic. Now, so I praise and I appreciate all the teams for the strive for innovation. A few things that I would say is it's important that when we pitch, irrespective of the field, I don't want to take your time, I would have given an illustration, but irrespective of the field where you work, when you pitch, please always imagine that those who will be evaluating your pitch are not likely to be in your field. For instance, you did all the electrical engineering and then you're mentioning kilowatts and the amperes and the frequency and all that. And the frequency and all of that. And these people are economists. These people are business owners. They don't understand all those stuff. So it's important to know how to pitch in non-technical form so as to get across to everybody. That's number one. Number two, one of the things I found a bit lagging in some, not all, of the pitches is the economic dimension. One of the things everybody wants to see before they can invest in your idea is to see that, okay, it's not about we're going to make $1 billion in 1 year. No, but how much are you going to sell this stuff? I'm in Nigeria. When you tell me the price you think you want to offer to this stuff, I feel, is this affordable within the context of Nigeria? So it's important to put to detail, not writing so much, but specific information that help people to evaluate the economic sustainability and the financial dimension of your innovation. I think that's very important. And lastly, second to the last, is when making a video, let's do our best.
You have 1 more minute.
I will not finish it, don't worry. Now, let's do our best to put effort in. There are a lot of ways to make video now. One of the videos for me was not so impressive. There are other ones that are fantastic. And the last point is this. Please, even if you don't win the grant here, don't feel discouraged. I'm not saying that politically, I'm saying that technically. There are a lot of opportunities. I tell people I apply for opportunities every time. And I tell people one thing, the sufferings you make in making an application for several applications, only one opportunity that you win, we pay for it. So even if you don't win this, there are a lot of other opportunities that are coming out every single day. Keep your eye out there. Definitely yours will come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adedoyin Adeleke. Thank you. I think that was really good advice to all the participants. First of all, I'd like to say, well, we're getting into like the unveiling of the winners. So I'd like to say that every entry was a winning entry, like you are all winners. And even if you might not get the grant here, you definitely will if you put your applications, into other, calls. So apply to other awards and put your ideas out there, and you'll find someone definitely that would even give you a lot more than you are asking for, or than what we're even giving here. Yes. So let's do the unveiling now. I would like to do that with the forum chairs, Dr. Daniel and Engineer Makinde. So first of all, let me say thank you so much. So our panelists, Talatu, Igazelma, Adedoyin, and Engineer Femi, thank you very much for being here and for taking the time out. Thank you so much. So let's announce the winners. I'm sure you guys are also curious to see who won out of all the people that you have rated. So let's see. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khadijas and the team. And maybe it's worth mentioning that none of the panelists or assessors actually know who the winners are. So we are as eager as, the contestants to discover who the innovation winners for this year would be. But as Dr. Khadija says, all contestants are winners. So we must also say a very big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this possible, all on USAID Power Africa, Jubilee Brothers, John Vance, Jeff SGP, UNDP, who have consistently supported this innovation contest over the years. And yes, we are keen to discover who the winners will be. Engineer Makinde, it appears we've lost your audio. I'm not sure if you're still here with us.
Adedoyin, could you please mute your mic?
Oh.
Yes, I'm not sure we've got Engineer Makinde's audio yet, but I believe we are good to start the unveiling, Dr. Khadijat.
Definitely. So let's go to the third place winner. Could you please go to the next slide? So our third prize winner is the off-grid solar powered DC LED lighting system and Chibugu lantern by the Smart Home Arc team in Zimbabwe. This system, basically, they make their lighting system and their lantern out of recycled electronic materials. And they really target, schools, secondary schools, to use these lanterns rather than using, oil lamps and kerosene lamps. So they are really saving the planet and saving the eyes and health of these children. And they're also training them to make these lanterns by themselves. So it's really impressive. So if you can give them a round of applause, the Zimbabwe team. So now we would watch their video. Next slide, please. So yes, they would be winning a sum of 500,000 naira towards their idea, towards developing these lanterns, and we hope that it would go a long way. And part of the process with Nigeria Energy Forum with this competition is that we actually do regular check-ins with them. They submit progress reports, so we actually keep a track on their progress, and that feedback from them and seeing their progress is usually very, very inspiring. So let's see their video, please. Next slide. Play. Are you having technical issues?
I believe you're expecting the video to roll. And I know the Zoom link is, or the YouTube link is there as well as an option.
So just wondering if the Smart Home App team is online. If you are, send me a message.
Great. I think the video is up now. It appears we can't get the audio yet.
The off-grid DC LED lighting system, which is a completely DC solar power system that eliminates the use of inverters and LED drivers. Apart from reducing components, it uses less cables for wiring, giving us an overall 30% cost reduction. It also cuts down on greenhouse gas emissions as it is fully solar powered. Our lighting system can provide lighting for 6 hours, charging cell phones, radios, and Chikupa lanterns. And that's not all. I'd like to introduce you to our social cause initiative, the Chikubu Lantern. Chikubu Lantern is made from LED lighting electronic waste housed inside waste plastic bottles. We've also developed a centralized solar power charger that is capable of charging multiple lanterns at once. We aim to teach every student on how to see value in waste by teaching them how to make this lantern. Our ultimate goal is to ensure a light for every student as we work towards the achievement of UN SDG 4, 7 and 13.
So congratulations to the team. Congratulations, Team Smart Home Arc. Can you put back the presentation, please? Or if I may be allowed to share my screen.
Great.
Thank you very much to the slide deck operator. So now we will go to the second prize winner. I would let Dr. Daniel do the honors.
So for the second prize, I'm
Next
just
slide.
also unsure who the winners will be. So if we could take the slide to the next slide. So the third prize received one with a score of 7.1 out of 10. So 71% there out of 100% for the third prize. For the second prize, let's see who that second prize winner will be. If we could go to the next slide, please. The next slide, unveiling the second prize winner for the 7th Energy Ideas competition. I'm as eager as everyone on the call to see who this will be. And we're waiting. The next slide. And yes, one more. Great. So with a score of 7.4 out of 10, the second prize winner is energy efficient off-grid solar powered kiosk by Solar Power Hub Nigeria. A round of applause for Solar Power Hubs. And what is the prize? What's the prize? Can we go to the next slide?
Next
and they
slide,
will
please.
be taking away 750,000 naira to support the delivery and development of their innovation. Engineer Makinde, I can see you're eager to jump on this one, sir. It appears we have you on mute.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm
Yes.
unmuted now. Honestly,
Yes.
I'm just kind of salivating, you know. Wow. 500,000 naira for the third prize winner, and the second prize winner, 750,000 naira. That's three-quarter of a million. Wow. Honestly, it's just getting better and better. Wow. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and see the video. Let's see the power, solar powered kiosk. Let's see what it is all about.
It appears the audio may be missing.
Is it better now? So congratulations again to the team, the the solar powered kiosks team. You can imagine this is like an all-in-one containerized system, self-powered, and I think that would be a great solution to business owners in Nigeria. Now we have the contestants are here, and we would like them to say a few words, but we want to do the final unveiling of the first prize winner, and then we would have them say 1 or 2 words. So who would like to do the honors for the first prize winner?
Shall we pass the ball to Engineer Makinde and Dr. Igazioma to do us the honors jointly across this first prize winner unveiling?
Wow, what an honor. I'm as eager as everybody. Engineer Makinde? Are you there?
You're muted.
Okay.
Yes, we have you now, sir.
Okay, yes. I think I'm good now. I'm okay now. Yes, Madam Dr. Igazioma, yes, here am I, send me. What do you want me to do?
Okay, so I'm very eager. I don't think I want to be the one to do the announcement. So you just do the honors on my behalf, because I want to clap. I want to leap, in fact. Yes.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
So over to you, sir.
It appears we don't have the audio from Dr. Khadija yet. I'm not sure what's happening.
You can't hear me?
No, we can't hear the audio from the slides.
Oh.
Okay, so Dr. Makinde, I think we can say this together, and the winner, shall we go?
Yes, and the winner is?
The winner is?
Yes, Lighted Nigeria. Wow.
Congratulations, Lighted.
Congrats. 7.5 out of 10. That's 75%. That's, of course, distinction of class. Congratulations, Lighted Nigeria. Wow. I was actually thinking the prize money was going to be 1 million naira, but now it is 1.25 million. Wow.
Congratulations, Lighted. Please, can we see the video of our winner for the 2022 Energy Ideas Competition Finals? And these are our winners.
Get the audio yet, so what do we do? Should we try on YouTube?
Audio issues?
Yes, the audio is not coming through.
Okay, shall we see our winners now, since we don't have the audio? We'll try
and then I believe, Lighted, if you're on the call, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Stanley. I believe that's from the Lighted team.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, we are so eager to hear from you and to see you if at all possible.
Perhaps give us a synopsis of the project, because we couldn't hear from the video. So if you can just give us a synopsis of your video. Yes, I know, I see you beaming from ear to ear. Congratulations. Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm sorry, my camera is having some technical issues at the moment. So hello everyone, my name is Stanley Anibog and I'm the co-founder of Lighted. It's an energy startup that uses electronic waste to build smart portable inverter solar home systems for people in grid and off-grid communities, trying to see how we are using electronic waste and electrical waste to design innovative solutions that across borders in different product lines for different communities and different market segments, at the same time as developing technologies that can help other energy startups build their products locally in Nigeria, and that's locally manufacturing using 3D design technology as well. And that's what we have been doing for the past 2 years. And it's a huge honor for us to be selected as the winners. Super excited and happy for this. Thank you so much to the NEF team. And thank you so much, everyone. I'm super excited. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. No, thank you very much to all the contestants, to the assessors, and also to the finalists. I believe we'll bring up the video now. Dr. Khadija, please. Let's see if that works with the audio.
Did you hear the audio, please?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
I'm not sure why that's happening.
I believe we can check back again, maybe from the other technical end to share from there. But I believe we've got so much to hear back from the second prize winners as well, if they're on the call, just before we play the first prize video. Are the second prize winners on the call?
Yes, Chigozie NMO is on the call. He is the second prize winner. Chigozie,
Okay.
are you?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. You have the
floor. Okay, yeah, it's a pleasure to be a second place winner for this year's award. I really appreciate the NEF team for picking our project. So our project is a solar powered kiosk, which is designed to power small businesses and other multiple use case scenario. Is like a containerized modular design, which is coupled with 2 kilowatts of solar and 4.8 kilowatts hour of energy storage. So it's a pleasure to work with the Nigerian Energy Forum, and also looking forward to greater things we could do together. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And it's a great pleasure to, I think, see all these innovations, exciting innovations coming through to us. And we can only trust, I think, as the panelists have shared, that all are winners. Those who have not won this year, there are other opportunities, out there. Please don't be discouraged, keep putting out your entries and your inputs, to all the opportunities available. And, it's only a matter of
One of
time.
Africa's biggest problems is our mission and vision at Lighted, which is...
Can you hear it now?
Yes, please. Let it roll.
Solving one of Africa's biggest problems is our mission and vision at Lighted, which is energy poverty. 600 million people on the continent have zero access to energy. Nigeria, my country, has 90 million people that have zero access to the grid. They rely also on fossil fuel because of the unstable nature of the Nigerian grid system. So the best way to solve this problem is going clean, because using fossil fuel is one of the leading contributors in climate change. So we decided, how do you solve this problem? We found out that we could solve a problem using a problem. And the problem that we decided to find was using electronic waste and components that we could pick up from recycled landfills, and we work with local recyclers to convert these electronic components to renewable energy products. And that is where we have our solar home systems. Our solar home systems are portable systems that can light up houses, power TVs, power fans, and also providing people access to clean and affordable energy. Our business model is quite simple. We wanted to make sure our products were affordable by our customers, and what we did is we worked with local business owners, which are 70% are women, to work with these women because they already had existing stores. What we had to do is adapt to their existing stores and make them our agents. These women have become our sales agents, our distribution agents, for providing people access to micro energy, and also being able, for people that can afford, they will also sell our products to them. We believe that Lighted is the beacon of hope. It is the light before the end of the tunnel. Our vision and mission is to be the sledgehammer that breaks down the energy poverty wall in Africa.
Amazing, amazing. Congratulations. So I was just wondering if you heard the second video, or we would like to play with the audio now.
If we have it with the audio, that would be brilliant.
Okay.
Better late than never.
Hello, I'm Engineer Namonchi.
Can you hear it?
Yes, the audio is out, but we can't see the video yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, just a moment then.
Thank you. Great.
Hello, I'm Engineer Namonchi, the founder of Swift Transact, and I'm here to discuss our innovation, Solar Enterprise Hub, with my team.
My name is Engineer Fezo Emeritus, the lead researcher in this project.
My name is Claire Chidiogo-Kalazo. I'm the legal practitioner. I'm also in charge of HR.
Thank you very much. The Solar Enterprise Hub is designed to provide energy access for small businesses, especially in off-grid situations. The Solar Enterprise Hub is an off-grid, 100% off-grid solar-powered kiosk, which is designed to provide energy access for small businesses. We are looking at small businesses like POS operators, phone charging services, laboratories and rural blood banks. We're also looking at businesses like grocery stores, cold water vendors, agro businesses, solar home system vendors, and barbers, as well as beauty salon operators. This particular design, as you can see on the screen, has a 10 feet by 6 feet kiosk design, 2 kilowatts of solar, and an energy of 2 kilowatts hour energy storage. This project has some research inputs in it.
We try to move away from what is existing. Our research focused on using fewer batteries and innovative electric circuits to achieve more energy reserve for the kiosk users. This helped in making sure that there is a constant energy supply to the kiosk users. Equally, we integrated IoT for remote monitoring of these kiosks.
And for the legal framework, there are a plethora of laws and regulations guiding renewable energy in Nigeria. And this very project is compliant with all the relevant laws and regulations. We also have different plans for acquiring the energy that we offer. We have the outright buyout, we have the pay-as-you-go, we have the lease agreement. And the beauty in all these plans is the consideration aspect. Our consideration is flexible, it's also very modest. We try to factor in what works for all the parties in the transaction.
In conclusion, the Solar Enterprise Hub is geared towards bridging the energy access gap, especially for small businesses. We are particularly concerned about achieving the SDG 7 goals of the United Nations. Thank you.
Wow.
Great, thank you very much.
Wow.
And I will just put the very third position video.
I think we got the audio from the third prize, so that was.
Okay.
Yeah, we got that before.
Okay.
So I think Engineer Makinde, you would like to join me in thanking this brilliant team of expert independent assessors who have helped us to identify the most promising innovations across Nigeria and Africa for the 2022 Energy Ideas Contest.
Dr. Daniel, thank you. See, words alone will not be sufficient to appreciate these brilliant eggheads, these brains that, of course, I know, from my own little experience, I know it's not a stroll in the park, to sift through so many entries from all across Africa, and of course now to get out, the ones that are presentable, the ones that match up with the expectation. I know it's not, it's not a piece of cake. So on behalf of the Nigeria Energy Forum, I want to say a very big thank you, uh, Dr. Khadijas, Dr. Igazuma, Engineer Lani, Dr. Taria, Dr. Adedoyin Adeleke. I think I'm missing out someone, but every member of that particular team of our panelists, I mean, we say a big, big thank you for your contribution towards making the Nigeria Energy Forum, the 7th edition, a huge success, and particularly the roles you have played in helping to, get the best of the best. Just like you said, Dr. Khadija said, everyone is a winner, but of course, the prizes have to go to somebody. And that is exactly what has happened here today. Congratulations to the winners as well. And want to say a very big thank you to everyone that have been part of this session this year, especially this day two, Nigeria Energy Forum. We can't close here today without appreciating especially our sponsors, the platinum sponsor, the Army Hall On. They've been doing a wonderful job partnering with us over the years. And of course, the gold sponsor, USAID Power Africa. Thank you so very much. Bronze sponsor, Jubilee Bros. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. And the technical partner, IEEE. Wow, thank you so much. Of course, GEFSGP, they're also there, and UNDP, the joint venture. You will say a big thank you to everyone. And I think it might be a safe place to anchor, to drop the anchor now and to wish everyone a happy new year in advance by the special grace of God, because next year we're going to be talking about the 8th edition of the Nigeria Energy Forum. So it might be a safe place to say thank you, and it's wonderful having you around. Dr. Daniel?
Thank you very much to the team, Engineer Makinde, all of the volunteers at the back end, all of our speakers. I think for the very first time this year, we've had over 50% of speakers on the day two who are women energy leaders. And I think we keep upping that game. Hopefully, maybe we'll get to 100% women-led speaker sessions very soon. But thank you so much. I think this is a huge, progress from when this started 7 years ago, and hardly will you find one speaker out of 30. So I think who is a woman energy leader. So we are very pleased to see that, significant growth across the sector. Thank you so much, everyone. The slides and the video recordings will be shared. I believe also we've got the press crew around, so the newspaper publications, the TV features, all of that will be shared as well across to all the participants. We will only send that to participants who have got their email contacts. So please, if you have not registered, make sure you're registered so that you can get all of this, resource from the event. And we look forward to welcoming you at the 2023 Nigeria Energy Forum, God willing. We're not sure where it will be, whether it be 2 days face-to-face, whether it be 1 day face-to-face and 1 day virtual. We trust on the best, but we trust that, it will be a super impactful session, as has always been. So on behalf of the NEF team, thank you so much to all our speakers. Thank you to our panelists, to our assessors, to the participants, and to all of our sponsors. And we look forward to welcoming you at the 2023 Nigeria Energy Forum. I know we usually close up with our final photos. On this note, we'll invite everyone to just, turn on your videos if you can, and we can take the virtual, photo shots if at all possible. We just take 1, take 2, if everyone is ready. I'm sure we'll be ready from our end as well, just to capture all the faces. Yes, I can see the cameras coming on now. The big picture for all participants, if you can. Yes, I see us getting ready. So take 1, take 2, big smiles, and action.
There we go.
The first one. We take another one, Engineer Makinde, I could hear you there.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Take 1, take 2, the big smiles, action. Great.
I can see quite a number of doctors in the house, gray hair professors in the house. Okay.
Great. And I think, we typically close by asking everyone to just, unmute the microphones on the virtual session.
Yes.
And just say your goodbyes.
Just interact.
For the next 30 seconds
network,
before we close the dial.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations and all the winners and all the speakers. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Remember to send our Christmas
Beautiful presentation towards it. Keep
Thank
it
you so
going.
very much, sir, Professor Actually.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Good evening, ma.
Bye-bye.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Grandma. Bye.
And Golo, I can see you, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Grandma.
Well done, sir.
So you can pick my face.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's all right. God bless you.
Thank you, Grandma. We appreciate you, my grandma. Thank you so very much, ma.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, ma. Yes, ma.
Yeah,
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
And Ogabayo that refused to put on his video. Thank you as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, okay. Oh no, put it up. Don't worry. Put it up. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
so
everyone.
much,
Have a blessed
see you next
rest
year
of the
by God's
year.
grace.
And we'll see you next year, God willing. Thank you.
All
Bye.
right, bye.